Wow, so much to get to in Big Ten football today on a Monday. Welcome into the Voice of College Football. And we are getting near the end of May. And we are just about 3 months away from college football on the field. How about that? All right, we are going to tackle a number of issues in the Big Ten, a number of stories and narratives that have hit our plate in the last 24 hours. Welcome into the Big Ten live show right here at the Voice of College Football. We are simulcasting across the board. Therefore, if you're watching on the Nebraska channel, keep in mind we've got a main channel where we do this all the time. So if you are on the Nebraska channel, for example, the Michigan channel, Ohio State, Penn State, Iowa, and you only see what we do there, hey, this is a whole new world. We talk college football here at the Voice of College Football every day. And we go live with you several times per week to take your calls and your comments, your questions. All right. If you do some shopping, you probably do it on Amazon. Grab the link in the description section, put it somewhere where you will remember it. Shop Amazon. When you do, use our link. It's the same shopping experience. I've tested this out with a million friends. Said, grab the Amazon link. Any issues there? Nope, it's easy. So please do that. I will let you know that on Tuesday night at 8:30 Eastern time for our YouTube members and for those of you who are at our Voice of College Football community on Patreon, guess what? Watch party. We had this planned for last Tuesday, and then those clowns, the ACC 7, had to jump in and cause a big ruckus on Tuesday and divert our plans. So we had to cover college football news last Tuesday night. That's what we did with the ACC 7. Great live stream there. Thanks for joining us. That was fun. That was intriguing and informative. But save any other big college football news. We will go live with a watch party behind the paywall because of copyright issues. So YouTube members and Patreon members, please sign up because we're going to do more of this. We're going to watch the Clemson-Ohio State game from 2019, controversial game and plays and calls, and review it and debate it because it's Great Debate Month here at the Voice of College Football. We've delivered 4. We've got the next one coming up, Clemson-Ohio State playoff game. So please join us there. All right. There is so much to talk about, and we've already got calls here. My goodness. Well, first, I want to go to the Twitter thread of the week. This just happened a few hours ago, and this is what I'm going to show everyone is this is, from my constant struggle with those who would go to social media and take up various debates that they're incapable of taking on. This would be the latest one here. So what we have here is we've got this fine account here, and I say that in all honesty from what I can see. They just post really interesting stats, facts, and trends there on JWP Sports, whatever that stands for. So they're simply stating these are the most college football wins over the last 10 years. There you see the list. Well, as soon as I see a list like that, my first thought is, why are you not listing winning percentage? Why don't you have a list of losses over the last 10 years? So this can be skewed because of an inordinate amount of games played by all of these teams. So I merely suggested, and of course, Twitter's not cooperating. Okay. Winning percentage is a more accurate stat. For example, Ohio State has lost 15 in the last 10 years, and Clemson has lost 18. I was merely stating winning percentage is a more accurate statistic than just wins. All right. Then this individual steps in from Clemson, if I can find it. This is what's wrong with these Twitter feeds. There we go. Whatever this means, from J Spears 5. Clemson has just played 8 more conference championship and playoff games than Ohio State. I don't even know what that means, first of all. Clemson has just played 8 more conference championship and playoff games than Ohio State. First of all, that statement doesn't even make any sense. Number two, it's not factual. So, I'm the fact police when it comes to college football. I refuse to allow people to spew garbage out there concerning college football and concerning other things, but specifically with college football here. So, first of all, the list was not about playoff games and about championship games, was it? No, it was about wins. It was about wins, which well over 90% of wins or winning percentage over any period of time are about regular season, right? Right? You play 12 regular season games, you play 13 with a conference championship game. You're playing the majority of those games in the regular season. It was a list about winning percentage or wins. And this knucklehead brings up Clemson and this unintelligible statement about playoff games and conference championship games. So I come back with, it's not a list about playoff or championship appearances. The list is about winning games. Over 90% of those games are in the regular season. Your math is off anyway. In terms of conference championship games and playoff games during the playoff era, and that's all that can be counted, of course, 2014. Clemson 17, Ohio State 12. Okay. Our buddy Jay Spears 5 comes back with Clemson has only, in capitals, like we can't read that unless it's capitalized, only 5 more championship level games. Championship level games? I don't even know what is that? I don't even know what that means. I guess that means conference championship games and national championship games than Ohio State in the past 8-year span. First of all, it's not the 8-year span. The list was the last 10 seasons. Only time you are playing extra games are when you are in a conference championship game or the national title. Remaining games are bowls. And then he cites this. Clemson 4 title games, 2 wins. Ohio State 1, 0 wins. Well, that's incorrect. In the last 10 seasons, Ohio State won a national championship and they won 3 college football playoff games. So I had it at this point and simply stated, while I hate wasting my time because I'm working, I'm doing things, I'm trying to build a business here. Why I get caught up in this, I have no idea. Just because I cannot stand people spewing garbage that doesn't make sense or that's inaccurate. So I had to go through the litany of playoff games and conference title games played by both universities in the last 10 years. I didn't even go back to the 2013 Big Ten championship game that Ohio State played. So this is actually a 17-13 count. And just simply told the person, learn how to read and count, which they failed to do. All right. So that's my Twitter offering of the week for all of you for your amusement. All right. I guess before we dive into all these big stories, since we've got a couple of calls on the line, we will get to them first and foremost here. So let's do that. Welcome in, David. How you doing?
Yes, what a busy day in the Big Ten and in college football for the voice of college football, Mark Rogers. What do you think?
Well, absolutely. We've got a lot of things to touch on. We've got this Pete Thamel article that I've not read yet. I've not looked at it. I was going to look at that and we could do that all together. But this Pete Thamel article about the Big Ten apparently screwing up its television deal.
Yes.
We've got SHEMY Schembechler, who is ousted at Michigan after 3 days of employment. And we've got Mike Bohn, the USC athletic director. He has left his position. And I also came across what I found to be an interesting article in The Athletic about Big Ten recruiting. They interviewed 8 high school football coaches in the Big Ten footprint to get their observations of their dealings with various coaches. I was going to bring that up as well.
All right, let's get to a few of those things, and I've got a couple items I wanted to run over with you a little bit as well. Let's start with the Kevin Warren situation. I got a chance to, kind of look over that article a little bit. I didn't read it in great detail, but just kind of the overarching theme. I mean, is it just bottom line? Is the Kevin Warren tenure going to be remembered or not remembered too fondly historically? I mean, here was a guy that was handed. I thought Jim Delaney always did a great job as Big Ten commissioner. Wouldn't you say that Delaney was a really good commissioner of the Big Ten?
Absolutely.
Okay. Put the Big Ten on really solid footing with the Big Ten network. You got the Big Ten championship game, a lot of things accomplished. You added more teams to the conference. We can say that's for better or worse. But then Kevin Warren takes over. Now, I always thought, I mean, obviously 2020 was what it was, but I just always, and I think most fans, especially a lot of Ohio State fans, you know how they felt with the way he dealt with the whole situation during the pandemic. I mean, just bottom line, doesn't this just pour more gasoline on the fire when it comes to just how bad that tenure was as commissioner and how, I don't know, maybe worthless he was as a commissioner?
Well, I don't know if he just got lucky by some of the benefits, some of the advancements for the Big Ten while he was there, but I got to say, if all we're judging his tenure on are great accomplishments and major gaffes, I think it's 2-1 in his favor because, of course, USC and UCLA were brought into the conference, and he did land this remarkable television deal, which I've yet to read into what the gaffes are. It seems as though it's not finalized, and there's a lot less left to be interpreted. And then the gaffe was, of course, he yes, he completely whiffed on the 2020 college football season, at least the early stages of it.
Yeah, but Mark, wouldn't you say that the USC and UCLA, from what I understand, wasn't that more of an influence of the presidents and in that than it was maybe his doing?
Well, that's why I'm saying it depends on how you evaluate that. If you're just
Yeah.
evaluating the bottom line, these are the accomplishments during his tenure versus the gaffes, then he's up 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, I still think the one was a bad one, number one, and I just wonder how much credit he should get, particularly for the USC UCLA situation, if that was more on the presidents and the ADs than it was Kevin Warren being active in making that happen.
Well, I see it similar to awarding wins and losses to a head coach.
Mm.
You got to understand what they had to contribute, what they had to work with, what their competition was, what were their resources. Are we evaluating the Northwestern head coach or the Alabama head coach? And it's similar here. Yeah, I got to think that there are other commissioners or the Big Ten office could have completed this deal without him. I'm guessing anybody else would be making the same guess, but he's the man in charge, so he's given credit.
Did you find it interesting though that his stay was as short as it was? I mean, for a guy that you're saying has these accomplishments, Mark, you would think that he would want to stick around and maybe build on that.
Well, I don't know. See, when that was announced that he was leaving for the Chicago Bears, I didn't know how to interpret that. And again, I don't think anyone outside of his family or friends, his circle, can interpret that because would you consider his position with the Chicago Bears to be a better job than his position with the Big Ten?
I mean,
I
he's
don't know.
he's running one of the two most important conferences in college football.
But
I mean,
he's got an NFL background. Maybe he wants to work in the NFL. Maybe he doesn't want to deal with NIL and transfer portals and all the other mess that you have to deal with. If we're just talking about maintenance, I would much rather work in the professional ranks than work in college as any kind of
yeah,
administrator.
No, I can, I mean, listen, and I've been one that has expressed doubts with the direction of college football, and I'm not necessarily a fan of the direction that it's going with the changes it's going through over the course of the last couple years. But I find it interesting. I mean, if you're putting it from a standpoint of listing it 2 to 1 to accomplishments, for a guy to only have, what was it, a three season tenure as commissioner, you know, with these accomplishments,
But let's understand this too,
I
David.
yeah,
So we are both on the same page regarding how he handled the COVID season.
right,
It's just inexcusable
right.
how he handled that and how he went out and spoke concerning that. We'll get to this question in just a second. So I lost my train of thought because I was thinking of three like other things going on with our little production here. So I'll deal with the posting of the graphics and so forth. So anyway, um, yeah. So I'm not going to excuse him. I'm on record a million times saying how he gaffed that and going through the chronology and the timeline of how he misspoke and what he did. However, we have to understand that this is not to his credit, but he somewhat was fortunate, lucky that that really didn't burn him.
Yeah.
Like there was talk at the time, and you and I probably had these conversations that how is this going to impact the Big Ten down the road? Like choosing not to play football and then having this truncated season, and maybe the SEC taking leadership of the sport and players having the perception that the Big Ten's not serious about football and going elsewhere to, and all this. I didn't blow it out of proportion, but I certainly was along with everyone else in just saying, I don't know. These are possibilities. But what ended up happening? Nothing. So
Well,
his gaffe didn't bite him or the conference in the long run.
well, I want to say that, about the presidents being involved with the other situation, with the other, bringing on the other programs and the ADs and that, a lot of the fault of what happened in 2020 also has to go towards those presidents of the universities that didn't want to play football that year and didn't want to commit to a season and didn't handle it properly, I believe. So, but I think Warren's mistake was really more from a PR standpoint that season, just the way he went about it. And plus it was a bad situation because he, was talking about all these health situations, and he has, I mean, just the optics of having his son play football that season at Mississippi State didn't necessarily, from an optic situation, look like the best thing when he's out there talking about concerns for player safety. Meanwhile, his son's playing football.
So we also have to understand the predicament that he and other people in his place are in.
Yeah.
So if he gets his marching orders, then he has to spin a narrative that falls in line with those marching orders. And he may not feel that way personally. And as you stated, has a son playing college football in another conference, which shows that either he's uncaring for his son, which I can't believe, or that he doesn't truly believe that there's a high risk of carrying on with the season, or that the Big Ten's incapable of pulling off what the SEC's doing, which I can't believe as well.
Right.
So you do have to make that determination that there is part of the job, a large part of the job, that involves saying things that you don't want to say or taking a stand you don't want to take it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I put a lot of blame on the presidents, as I just mentioned. I think that they didn't handle it well either. And, I give them blame for a lot of what happened during that 2020 season as far as not wanting to go forward and play football, especially considering with the way the SEC, the ACC, the Big 12 that season handled it. I mean, we talked about it, numerous times that season, Mark, about seeing the schools that were truly committed to football that year and the schools that were not. you know, and
And,
it was really transparent that year, no doubt about
sure.
it.
And if it were 2.5 years ago,
Yeah.
I would be saying the same thing, and I was saying the same thing, and
Hmm.
and that doesn't change history, and I'm not changing my evaluation of the poor job that he did in the wake of all that. I'm just stating that if you're looking at major accomplishments
Hmm.
during his tenure, you're seeing a mishandling of COVID in that season, which didn't prove to. I have this, I think we have this debate in a lot of situations involving sports in the aftermath. There's what can be controlled by that individual,
Yeah.
and then there's the consequences of that. And sometimes you just get lucky and there are few consequences, even though you made a huge mistake. And other times, sometimes you can make a small mistake, but there are huge consequences that you can't control, but you're going to get blamed for all the consequences and the ramifications that people can deduce, even though you made a minor mistake or honest mistake. In this case, his mistakes didn't seem to cost in any way. I would like for somebody to explain to me how his mistakes cost the Big Ten. They got a team in the national championship game that season. And then they just continued on their merry way, making money and forging the arguably the most the strongest conference in college football.
Right. Well, I mean, there were certain things that were lost, I think, by the programs that year due to revenue, if I'm not mistaken, by
Sure.
some of those games
Yep.
not being able to be played that year. And it, as I said, it was pretty much a half-ass season, Mark. It didn't necessarily have to be that way to begin with. And I the other thing too, I from what I understand about this TV deal, uh, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know how intimately he was involved in that TV deal or how closely he was involved to putting that together. How much of this was his total responsibility?
I can't answer that. He's the guy that the buck stops with him. So
Yeah.
that was my main point at the top of this conversation is that yeah, we don't know who really is masterminding. We all can, most of us, I should say, or many of us can relate to situations in working for various companies and corporations where
Hmm.
there are certain people that make decisions, and then there are other people that are coming up with great ideas. And shoot, I worked at an employer that said basically, if you come up with a great idea, it's our intellectual property.
Hmm.
And I'm not
Right.
saying that's a good thing or a bad thing. I didn't agree with it, but that's their right. And if you want to stay employed here, we're going to, and there are all sorts of initiatives that you see on the air at ESPN that were devised by some guy working in accounting who just had a program idea and they took it and they ran with it. He got a pat on the back and that was that. So we don't know who masterminded the TV deal per se, but of course he was the guy in the negotiating room.
Well, I understand the golden rule, Mark. He who has the gold makes the rules. I mean, that's always been a point. It's always will be, but it will be, and the history will judge the Kevin Warren era on whether it was good, bad, or otherwise. But I have my own thoughts. I just wanted to, but oh,
Unless
go
what
ahead.
was brought up today by Pete Thamel,
Yeah,
which my initial thought is that it's not going to be a big deal. That's just
yeah,
my initial thought without reading it. Pete Thamel works for ESPN. ESPN has no further connection to the Big Ten. Let's keep that in mind. So I don't know. Maybe it will become a big gaffe. But otherwise, Kevin Warren is going to have been the guy that oversaw a the best media rights deal in college football, and he also brought USC and UCLA to the Big Ten. And I don't think any of us anticipate that not being a huge coup for this conference.
yeah. I'm not saying that the conference, is couldn't benefit from all those things. I'm just wondering. Okay. Yeah, I mean, maybe for me, it was also he was just a matter of being in the right place at the right time. And again, I thought he was handed a great situation by by the former commissioner as well. I did want to also ask you about only 3 days of employment for a guy with the last name of Schembechler up north. How does that work, Mark? Only 3 days of employment? They must have found some interesting dirt there, huh?
So in this case, you know what I would like to see? I would like to see what that dirt is. This is
Yeah.
the problem I have with these situations is that okay. And I'm dismissing myself from any type of bias for or against. And of course it would not be for
I have a lot of
because
bias. I'll own up to that, Mark.
well, you are the yes, you're Dr. Buckeye.
Yes, thank
Um
you.
I am the 8-year-old who was throwing my fist within centimeters of the television screen at Bo Schembechler being carried off the field at Ohio Stadium. That's my first recollection of college football. I don't know where I worked up that much fervor and anger and angst toward anyone, but I did very quickly. So I hear you, but I'm going to cut this one straight. And this is what I don't know. So I do know that in this day and age of both people stating things and reporting things and putting things out there on social media that are completely offensive and inappropriate and otherwise. But it's also, we're in a day and age of people putting things out there that, at least in my estimation, are not offensive, should
Hmm.
not be restricted in any way, but they're called on the carpet for them, canceled, whatever,
Yeah.
fired. I don't know where this now he admitted to wrongdoing. But we don't know if that's sincere. We don't know if he just did that just to, I don't know whose apologies these days or at any point in history are legitimate and sincere. So I would love to know. Apparently they were of racist nature, or not
Mm,
necessarily from what I understand, what he posted, but what he liked and supported on social media was offensive in a racial way. But
mm,
we don't see it. So I don't know.
mm.
It, it
Well, what do they say though? Just in all fairness, on every situation, they say sunlight is the best disinfectant, right, Mark? If you show the cards, like you say, if there's that word that we try to that gets thrown around a lot, transparency. If there's
yes.
transparency here, if you can find out, what the details are, then let people judge. It will be interesting to see if in the upcoming days, weeks ahead, if those facts come out. Do you have your doubts on that, or do you think that they might?
Oh, I've got my doubts.
Yeah,
His
I do
Twitter
too.
account's been eradicated. Although you got to think at some point, mm, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Had he made the post himself, then I would think that they would be brought to light. But as I understand it, again, these are not posts that he created, but just things that he supported. That might be more difficult to find. I don't know.
Yeah, it's interesting. You got the last name. He got the job for obviously the last name. We all get that, but it must have been something seriously egregious. With that last name, if he's going to lose his job within
Yeah,
3 days,
that's a good point.
one would
That's a
think
good
that
point.
there had to be something there.
Yeah.
So
And I am not saying that there wasn't. I'm
yeah,
just saying that I am just so beyond sick of what goes on social media. And then from the
oh
standpoint of what trash and garbage people spew out there, but then I'm also sickened by what people are held to account by that I find in no way to be reasonably offensive or anything.
yeah,
So I
yeah.
don't know.
Yeah, a lot of words get thrown around nowadays, and yeah,
Yes.
and I'm with you. I think a lot of social media can be a sewer, no doubt about it. I did want to ask you. I was kind of looking at the Big Ten overall. I actually had this conversation with a friend of mine who is a Big Ten guy, but also an SEC guy. And I was looking at the win totals this year, Mark. Is this a year? And I've always said this: when the top three programs in the Big Ten are clicking and performing at a high level, and the big three. And maybe you have a strong Wisconsin this year. Luke Fickell, I saw their over. Was there? I think I had their over win total at 9. Was it 9 or 9.5? I think it was 9, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is this a year where the Big Ten can be a better overall conference top to bottom than the SEC?
It could be. I would not bet on it. I would put a large sum of money on the SEC.
Okay. All right. So
It's just not changing. It's not changing. It has not changed. And I don't like the quarterback play in the Big Ten. I don't think it's that good. I think it might be the worst in the country.
okay. Are you buying Tyler Buckner now at Alabama? Are you excited about the new quarterback at Georgia? Are you expecting them to be big time this year?
Comparing them to the likes of,
McCord and McCarthy and Aller?
well, you're taking the best quarterbacks in the conference against not necessarily the best quarterbacks in that conference.
Okay. All right. So the top 3 teams in the SEC are Alabama, Georgia, and LSU, correct?
Yes, we think they are.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you think that there is a steep drop off after that?
No.
Okay. Who's the 4th best team, and how close are they to LSU?
Well, if we assume those are the 3 best teams, it's probably Tennessee.
Okay, so Tennessee losing Hooker, losing Tillman, and losing Hyatt at wide receiver is just going to be as good as they were last year with Joe Milton and new wide receivers this year.
It seems to be that kind of transition that teams go through if they're really good.
Okay. I think there could be a decline at Tennessee this year. I mean,
Of course there could be.
that's a lot of production out the door. And I like Heupel as a coach. I think he could be a good coach. And they were as hot as anybody until, they rolled into Georgia last year and got slapped around a little bit. But, I think there's a step back there in Knoxville this year.
Well, you may be right on the Big Ten. See, you gave me the argument, the SEC against the Big Ten. You didn't give me a top 3 versus a top 3. That's a different conversation.
Well, I'm willing to put Wisconsin into a 4th slot. I
was going 1 through 14. The SEC is a better conference than the Big Ten until proven otherwise. It's not, unfortunately, it's not debatable.
Okay.
But if you're going to argue the top 3, then
maybe top 4. Maybe top 4 if Wisconsin has a solid year.
Yeah, then if you're going to go like top 6 to 7, then the SEC really differentiates.
Okay. So you're saying like what the Mississippis or the
yeah
okay,
and Texas A&M, and don't be surprised if Auburn's not a pretty good team this year.
Interesting. See, I'm wondering this Texas A&M. By the way, did you do an SEC? I know we're getting into SEC here, but Texas A&M is the interesting team for me. This because I think it's make or break for Jimbo. I think he's got to earn all that dough that they backed up the Brinks truck for. But I mean, just to the Big Ten though. I mean, I think you're going to have 4 teams in the Big Ten definitely win at least 9 or more games this year. Maybe. Probably, I think 3 10-win teams. Okay. And I think that there could be a 5th team that could sleep in there. I think that there could be an 8-win, maybe another 9-win team this year.
Well, you know what I'm going to argue, David, is that once these conferences start playing conference games, like what is that proving? Like, who is the Big Ten going to beat outside the conference that's any good? I don't know. Penn State's playing West Virginia. Ohio State's going to Notre Dame. That's, again, Ohio State's going to play the best out-of-conference game.
Yep.
And other than that, can we put a lot on Minnesota going to North Carolina? I think that's a nice little game, but that's not going to shake up the national narrative or anything. And Wisconsin's going out to Washington State to play a team that went 7-6 last year that beat them. Michigan's playing no one.
That's right.
Michigan State's probably going to get hammered by Washington.
See, I just think I think the Big Ten though, at least 1 through 4, maybe even with the fifth team in there, could be really, really solid this year. And maybe you're right. So what you're saying is, as you get to like 5, 6, and 7, it definitely is where there could be an advantage. Because I think Wisconsin could be a better football team than Tennessee.
I'll put it this way. I'll take the SEC's fourth best team against the Big Ten's fourth best team, whoever they are.
Well, how? Okay.
And I will take I'll take 4 through 14 for sure. Now, the Big Ten may have the best three,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't see any way that the Big Ten is going to scale that mountain in one season and take over 4 through 14. And my other point is basically to say that we're not going to know. We're going to know the power shift within the Big Ten,
Mm-hmm.
but nationally, we're not going to know until New Year's Eve.
Mm-hmm. That's right. That's true. Yeah, because I'm with you, Mark. I wish we had more non-conference games to prove it. I mean, to be fair to my Buckeyes, at least we're going to South Bend and have a solid out-of-conference,
Yes.
opponent to play.
Yes. Big Ten
So,
people out there, listen to this. Ohio State's the only one going out there playing a major non conference. I'll give it up for Minnesota. They finally, okay, North Carolina's about their speed. That's a nice game. But other than that,
I mean, Penn State did just get done with the back-to-back with Auburn, but now they caught it down Auburn teams, but
yeah, now
that's
they're
not
catching a down West Virginia team.
right. I mean, that's not their fault though. I mean,
No.
because we know how the scheduling is managed, or
Yeah.
in Mark Rogers' opinion,
Yeah.
mismanaged.
Yes, mismanaged and should be managed by others.
Um, Wanted to throw out one other thing. Did you hear Josh Pate remark about how he had said that Ohio State has the most talented roster in the country this year?
Uh no, Josh has been on here a couple times and I like Josh and he seems to know what he's talking about, but I have to admit I never watch. I don't watch anybody talking about college football.
Okay, I didn't know. If you'd seen that, but there's been some evaluations out there, at least as far as like draft picks, possible first round picks. At this, uh, now I have some doubts about this team in certain areas. I'll be the first one to say that offensive line's got to prove itself, got to replace 3 offensive linemen, and we have to see how good Kyle McCord is and how much of a drop off there is compared to what C.J. Stroud did. I'll be the first to say that. But I mean, just looking at it, I can see definitely some talent on the defense, as we've talked about, and definitely, obviously, I think they've got the 2 best receivers coming back. So
So he said that Ohio State's got the best roster in the country.
he says, I think this was based on draftable players, on players
Mhm.
that could be go high pretty much within the draft.
Oh
So
yeah.
yeah, I mean, I don't think it was necessarily just some people use that based on star ranking on recruiting. I think his was more based on draft status.
Yeah, but he's only looking at like 5 or 6 players. He's only making a comparison between teams based on 5 or 6 players.
Right. Yeah, I mean, but if a team, usually has 4 or 5 first-round draft picks on their team, then there's a good chance that that's a team that can win a lot of football games.
Well, of course, sure, but name me the teams that have had 4 and 5 players drafted in the first round of the NFL draft. Your list is not going to be very long.
No, I know. And the last one that did won a national
Sure.
championship.
Um, I will say this: I am going to be perplexed in selecting between those 3 teams to win the Big Ten. The West
Okay.
is done. Nobody's winning the Big Ten out of the Western Division.
Right.
So out of those 3, I'm going to be really evaluating Penn State to see if I can figure out a way that they could pull it off this year. But Michigan is the obvious choice over, they are the safest choice by far over Ohio State. But that doesn't
Listen,
mean Ohio State can't do it.
I understand why people would be picking them after the last couple years. Games, they have home field advantage for the game this year. Quarterback situation is something that they're pointing to. Although I think their passing game still has to show more than it did last year. You know,
But there's really, see if you're going to evaluate talent, the talent has to be distributed a certain way. So for Ohio State, it obviously goes through the roof at wide receiver. and it goes up to the ceiling at running back.
Mm.
And then the defensive line has it. Are they going to perform to that level?
Right.
But where is Ohio State significantly better than Michigan right now outside of wide receiver?
I would possibly say defensive line.
So, yeah, so you had to say possibly defensive line. I think Ohio State has a better running back room, but you don't play 5 running backs.
And I would say linebacker too, maybe as well.
Maybe.
I mean, those are the 2 ones I could definitely make a case for. So that's one definite position group and 2 possible, maybe 3 possible position groups.
But when have you ever in the past made that statement?
Sure.
That you're like
Sure.
searching for what positions Ohio State's better than Michigan?
Well, I think that's also a situation where, as I just mentioned, they have a quarterback coming back. We don't, which is, another big situation there. And then the other thing, too, is they have a lot of guys that didn't declare to go to the NFL and just chose to come back to college, which I think is, bolstered their roster because they have a lot of returning guys. So I think that kind of helps make that up. So tomorrow night is the big night where we're playing 2019 Ohio State versus Clemson, right, Mark?
I am looking for the best version of it on YouTube. Yes, we don't want to be sitting there for 4 hours, so we'll zip through it, pick out the big plays, the key plays, and the bad call or the controversial call or the the questionable calls.
No. You had it right to begin with. Bad calls, Mark. You had it right to begin with. I have my legal pad full of notes here, Mark. I'm ready. My Mark Rogers legal pad of notes. So I learned from the best here, and I will be raring and ready to go.
I look forward to it, David. You may have to join me in the fight because I've invited on a host of Clemson people.
Okay. Well, hey, by the way, I just saw on rankings that we have taken over from a certain program as now the #1 fan base, if I'm not mistaken. I saw a recent vote on Mark Rogers that Ohio State has taken over as the #1 fan base.
You know what instantly happened after that? I got like 6 or 7 emails from Michigan fans.
Oh, geez. They're just coming out of the woodwork, huh? Okay.
They took over. Yes.
Well, me and the rest of the Ohio State fans will have to do some recruiting. So,
yes. I'll take them.
Bring all. All right, Mark, as always, it's a pleasure.
Thank you, David. Appreciate you being here.
Yourself. Bye-bye.
All right, we keep it rolling here at the Voice of College Football. And again, the big news of the day is the Pete Thamel story. It's on ESPN. We were going to dive into it, and we will, concerning a gaffe of sorts in the Big Ten television deal. I am not going to comment on such gaffe because we have yet to dive into it. Also, again, SHEMY a bit shameful there. SHEMY Schembechler. Apparently, we've not seen the tweets. We don't know for sure, but it's been deemed offensive, racially offensive. Hate to hear that. Yeah. Let's say that his actions, his support of these sites, these tweets, whatever, are shameful. Say they're terrible. Well, I don't know. I read this apology and I think, can one time, just one time in history, can we have somebody come forward and admit to doing something wrong before they get caught? And this came to mind as I was looking at this. I read 2 stories on this, and I thought of my own life, and I thought, man, I must be surrounded by really good people, both in terms of family, children, significant others, all of that. I must be surrounded by just godly, tremendous people, because I've had all sorts of examples in my life of people admitting to doing wrong things where they would have never been caught. I wouldn't have caught them. They would not have gotten caught. but still telling me I did this, I said this, I shouldn't have done that. But we never have this in public life. Never. I hope maybe somebody can bring me an example of somebody actually admitting to doing something wrong before they were caught. All right. Despite all these storylines and issues here in college football that we have yet to get to, all the big stories, we're going to go to our next call. We got Chris on the line. Chris, how you doing tonight?
Good. How are you?
I am doing just fine. What's up?
I was gonna, as I like listening to David. He's always got a lot to talk about. I enjoy hearing from him. So you don't have to apologize for putting me on hold. That's all right. It didn't bother me at all. Because I enjoy hearing from him. I think he offers, he's got a good perspective on it. I was going to ask you, Mark, did you have a chance to look at I did what I think is a fairly, well, you know how you're doing your program ratings?
Yes.
If you go on the last one you did, I just today put a summary of the ones that I think ought to be, and I just was going to ask you what you thought of it, if you could look at it, from the 50 to 75, the latest one you did there.
We'll pull it up right now.
And I was kind of want to try to get your opinion on what you think of it, because I took a lot of time on it because I wanted to do it, and I don't know for sure if I did it exactly right or not. But what I did was I took the historical, which is because you indicated that you feel like that's relevant, and then I combined that with the last year proficiency, and then I didn't really know how to weight it, but and so it might not be the right way, but I think I did the best I could on it. I was just curious what you thought. You have it up there or no?
Okay, so I'm pulling it up right now. Excuse me, and we will.
So I just curious. I tried to kind of follow I tried to make sense of what you said. I don't like factor into coaching, but I figured, part of coaching is winning. So I just assumed that, if I could like combine last year's winning percentage with, and I don't know, again, I'm not for sure what the right, I basically just did an average, but I kind of weighted it a little bit towards the percentages to try to get a comprehensive survey of it. I just kind of curious if you thought of it, if you think it's right or wrong, or.
Well, we're looking at it right now.
Okay.
And so to be clear again, I'm not ranking teams in this particular ranking. I am not ranking teams. I'm not ranking all-time programs. I am ranking where I believe these programs stand right this second. Okay. That's at least what I'm doing. So I believe, I'm guessing here, Chris, and Chris left us there. So he's got a historical ranking here. So anyway, we will move on since this was our conversation with Chris and Chris's rankings here. So next up here at the Voice of College Football, we've got Larry.
Hey, Mark, how are you?
I am doing just fine. How are you?
Good, good. So I saw the breaking news, I think it was last night, about the NBC debacle.
Yes.
And wow, now the Big Ten knows how it feels to be a Pac-12 member when the networks tell you when you're going to play if you're going to get any money. So it's a little different. So what's crazy to me is I've listened to, a lot of commenters and everything through a lot of different channels, and everybody was no expansion without Notre Dame. And after, it was very strange after today with that news. All of a sudden, I have never seen so many Big Ten fans want Washington and Oregon because of that late night window. Then I was just like, what? People that were staunchly against adding unless Notre Dame came on, now all of a sudden are the biggest Oregon and Washington fans. Where do you stand on that idea?
Well, I'm not going to state that I'm knowledgeable or educated in the situation. I had hoped to been able to prepare by reading through all this, and I haven't read one word of it. So I'm only kind of I'm kind of following along and trying to determine what you're telling us here. So basically, the first thing would be that there were not time designations. That was left to the network to decide.
Right. So NBC, they're 350 million, I believe, a year, and they get, if I'm not mistaken, way back when it was written, it was supposedly, I haven't seen this contract, that CBS and NBC were going to get to rotate the pick, and NBC has the late night window, and in November there's a clause within the Big Ten that they do not want to play those late games in November due to the cold and fans and whatever. Well, Warren threw that to the side and agreed that they would have those games in the evening. And NBC is not going to sign on to $350 million not to have the three breadwinners during those final weeks, when actually those are some of the best matchups you guys have out of the year. That's when I'd say your biggest four brands play each other. The Michigan States, Penn States, Ohio States, Michigans. And so it put NBC in a position. I don't know. I live in Big Ten country, in SEC country. I live in a retirement town, and it's all Big Ten fans. They're all Ohio State, Michigan State fans down here. I don't see many Penn State.
No, I'm making the statement that the Big Ten schedule really isn't backloaded. Like Ohio State and Penn State, they usually play in October. Michigan and Penn State usually play in October.
Okay.
Yeah, so unfortunately, it's not a balanced enough league to where those three games are so much more important and have been than the other ones. And of course, Ohio State, Michigan played the last game of the season, but it's not a backloaded schedule. So, like, again, I didn't read through this. I didn't have time. I'd wanted to, but I'm hearing that so coaches are upset. The Big Ten's upset. These teams, these institutions are upset. Football programs about being told when they're going to play. What did they expect? Who's going to play at 7:30 at night on NBC?
Right. And I would think that, yeah. Well, I would think that they would. I don't know. It's from an outsider's point of view. If you send Kevin Warren into a negotiating table, and the guy gets you the best deal, but it's going to come with these concessions. Hey, Penn State, Ohio State, Michigan, you're going to have to play a primetime game to keep for us to get the most money that we can get. You guys are the breadwinners. NBC is bringing good money. They're paying $350 million for one game a week. And so Kevin Warren takes that, he gets the best deal, and then he doesn't tell the breadwinners that this is what's happening. And so they're caught off guard, and so now they're going to have to make concessions. But Kevin Warren got him the most money. Is he a total prick? I don't know. He got him the most money. Without those, they're not getting that contract. So you can look at it from a few different points of view. The man got you guys the most money, but you guys, some of your teams are having to take some of the games times they really don't want to play.
Again, I'll reserve some judgment until I look through all this, but based on what you're telling me, yes, Kevin Warren got them the best deal in college sports history. He should have been upfront with the schools in terms of what he was doing. In terms of what I can't believe that there are school presidents and athletic directors who didn't see this contract and the stipulations of the contract before it was signed.
Right. So a little fishy to you, that part?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. I kind of wondered that myself. I know they're pretty intelligent people that run those universities, and I would think they would want to see somewhat what their expectations of them are.
Yeah. Like I would expect that they would demand more than just a working knowledge that you and I had of, oh, okay, we've got a new contract that's going to pay us $1 billion, NBC, CBS, Fox, okay, and those windows. Okay, good enough, great. Like they typically want line by line, like, okay, what about this? What about this?
And also, I mean, even if you look at the teams that have the least exposure, you can't tell me that when he goes in to negotiate, that somebody's not saying, hey, we know Rutgers, Northwestern aren't pulling the numbers, but they are going to need to get some linear exposure. You can't stick them here. You got to give them at least these many games. So I would think that everybody would kind of have an understanding of what to expect on each spectrum. So I can't disagree with you there, and I hadn't actually thought of that. That was a good point you brought up. But I don't know. I find it rather peculiar that all of a sudden NBC is stating they need premier games for that late window. Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State were the ones that they're most desired. And then all of a sudden, well, hold on, there's some West Coast teams that would be great for November. We just need to add them. That's been the talking points for that. You probably haven't followed a lot that's been going on, but I have, and it's just strange to me how people can just change who they are and what they think when push comes to shove. They change their narrative.
Yeah, I'm just putting this against just one deal that I was involved in recently, and I'm just thinking about, I had like a 2-hour conversation. Then I wrote and mentioned to that individual, that company, okay, well, I know that I'll come up with questions after this conversation. Okay, I'll email you those questions. I got those answers. Then another conversation. And, this took months and months and months and months and months to work out this deal. I got to think that there is a line of communication between each power structure at each school and the commissioner's office to say, we need an answer to this. What are we signing? Did they say what we have to do here? What happens if this happens? What happens if that happens? Are we obligated to this? I got to think that those questions are like constantly flowing.
Right. And then, then you have this, the TV deal is somewhat announced. As far as I knew, it was over, said and done. Everything was locked and loaded and ready to go. How long ago was this supposedly supposed to have been done? It's been months. And all of a sudden Warren's out, and now they're bringing in somebody to do this. So, it seems like there's a lot of crap going on behind the scenes with a lot of different networks and conferences as to what's really going on. Because it's hard to buy. This has been 5 months since this was reported, this deal. Mm-hmm. And it was supposedly it was a wrapped up, sealed deal. Just put your name on the line. And now all of a sudden, now we're hearing about this. How did this go under covers for so long that this situation existed?
Yeah. Well, the number and the line that I think is at the crux of all this that's catching my eye is, so $70 million in revenue is in total flux. $5 million per school has left administrators around the league seeking answers and calling for financial accountability. So basically in flux, depending on whether the schools are willing to do what the contract demands.
Yeah, I think that was one part. And the other part was the Kevin Warren sold the rights to the championship game in 2026 to NBC. And it's not theirs to sell because Fox owns, and Fox has the delegation on that. And so I heard that was
Wow.
$40 million. That was a $40 million mistake or something.
See it here.
Yeah.
Now that seems, again, like a very basic thing. We have this television rights partner. We have a contract that runs through 2026. Obviously, we can't negotiate another contract until 2027. I don't know what to say about that.
Right. And I would think if Fox owns the majority, they're the big shareholder, they're subleasing the Big Ten games, I would think they would be involved very heavily, not just Kevin Warren. So it's hard to see Kevin Warren not having Fox and all of them in the same room at the same time. It just, with that kind of money and these with Fox, I mean, these are huge corporations. It's hard to see this happening. It really is. And the fact that it got swept under the rug for months on end is astounding to me. So I don't know what's going on, but it's really strange. Something's really strange. But I just wanted to pick your brain on that. And how do you feel about expansion without Notre Dame?
Well, it all depends on what else is going on in the country. So that changes my thought. That has a great impact. If things are going to settle, if things were going to just magically settle where they currently stand, then why does the Big Ten need to expand? But if the SEC is going to continue to expand and the ACC is going to blow up, then of course expansion's needed if you want to be the top dog.
Okay. I can agree with that. So, okay, Mark, I thought I'd just call in and
well, sorry, I didn't have more for you there. Again, it was my intent to be fully stocked and prepared, and then I got some phone calls and things I had to deal with
you're fine.
too. So,
okay. Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, Larry. Appreciate you being here.
You bet.
Have a good night.
You too.
All right. Let's get back on the line with Chris. He is called back. Hey, Chris.
Oh, hey, Mark.
So we were going through your.
Well, no, I was just curious if you thought it was good or bad, or you don't have to really like it. I just was curious what you thought of it, because what I did was I took the. Sorry, that's my phone beep. What I did was I took the proficiency and I combined it with the historical to see, kind of get a. I thought it would give like a pretty good, starting point, I guess. So I just was curious what you thought of what I got, if you thought it was a good or bad, or, I mean, you don't have to look at it
correctly. You took your proficiency rating for 2022 and combined that with your all-time.
Don't call it mine. I mean, it's really not mine. I mean, I'm pretty good at getting the right numbers, Mark. I'm sorry, but no, none of it's mine. It's what they got. I mean,
okay.
It's
sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So you took the 2022 number and you combined it with the all-time number.
Yeah. And of course I could have done it wrong. Don't get me wrong, but I try real hard not to make mistakes. But, it's very possible I made mistakes. So, I mean, I have to do like 100 calculations. So, I mean, it's not.
And by doing that, you were trying to achieve what?
Well, no, you have your own. I mean, I was listening to what you told me. You said that you're doing like a prospectus, I guess, based on coaching, based on facilities. I mean, all kinds of things. Mm-hmm. Well, I tried to kind of ditto that, but in a way that I don't really care about that sort of thing. So what I did was I just took the historical and put it together with the last year's winning percentage and figured that's close enough. So I just curious what you thought of it.
Well, it's one way to give it some kind of perspective, but
you don't like it?
What has happened historically and its impact on what is going on right this second varies to each school.
No, I took it into account for each school. That's
Army's history, for example, has less to do with what's going on today than Alabama's history.
Okay. I don't know if I agree with you on that, but that's fine. That's what I mean.
You don't think that Army was a national power and was arguably the greatest football power of the 1940s?
Well, I'm not.
They're nowhere close to that now.
I understand that. I'm not trying to change your opinion. I'm just trying to explain to you what I did so you can kind of give me. Yeah. I'm not trying to push Army on you. I'm not trying to not push Alabama, if that's what you're asking me. No.
I just don't know what I'm unclear on is I understand what you did, and I think there's validity to it.
Top. I mean, I don't know if that really makes a difference or not, but they finished first.
Well, I think there's validity to it, but I just don't know what this really shows anyone.
Well, it's like this is how if I had to explain it, And that's without really maybe knowing for sure that I did it right. But I look at it as like a snapshot, kind of like like in the Kentucky Derby, at any point in the race, I mean, most people just care about the winner, right? Well, really, you have to follow the whole race to find, I mean, Mange or whoever it was, he didn't break that good in the Kentucky Derby, but he rode the rail, because I watched the race over and over again. And eventually he found himself in position where he could finally challenge the top contenders. And I don't know if it was just the way I kind of figured the jockey had something to do with it, but Mange outran this 50-1 shot, outran the top my guess is because of the jockey. Now, it might not be all of it, but the jockey knew how to run that horse to where at the end of the race, there was, he had a race. Okay.
So again, depending on what we're trying to determine here, I don't know if we're determining.
Well, it's not rocket science, Mark. I'm just trying to give you an idea of what I think the right way might be. Okay. I'm not saying it's the right way. It might not be, but.
So let me ask you this. Oklahoma is the 31st best program in the country when? Now?
Yes. Assuming I did it, I might go back. Sometimes I find out later that I made did the wrong math or whatever, but assuming I did it correctly, which I'm guessing I probably did, but and it's not for certain, then that's where they are. That's like it's like, this would probably be what I would use as like a preseason poll.
James Madison is a better football program than North Carolina, NC State, Auburn, Oklahoma State, Texas A&M.
Yep.
James Madison is.
Yep.
Okay. All right, Chris.
Oh, no, there was one other thing I was going to ask you. You're going to cut me off already? I mean, you let David on there for half an hour, so. I mean, there was one other thing I was going to ask you, if you don't mind. I mean, if you do mind, then go ahead and go to the next guy or whatever. But I tried to send you, I don't know if you had a chance to look at it, but with this realignment, I tried to kind of put together one that I think makes sense. And this is a different one from the last one I tried. So basically what I did was I put some teams in the Sun Belt, South Florida and Central Florida. And I pulled a couple teams out of the Sun Belt. I think I put Appalachian State up in the American, and then I moved, can't remember which one it was, but anyway, to get everybody down to 12 is basically what I did. But I don't think people understand what 12 isn't just a number I pulled out of the air. I mean, this expansion thing, I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, there's really a limit, I think, to where at some point, I think the benefit that you get from expansion, with 12 games, now if you had 16 games, sure, it'd make perfect sense to have 16 teams, but we don't. So it's like what they're doing is, I don't know what to call it other than rubbing Peter to pay Paul. It's not going to help the SEC to have 16 teams. It's just not. Now, one thing that could help them.
It's not?
No, not as far as like being, and this is the other thing, Mark, it's like old school. You tell me, I go old school. Texas and Oklahoma, back in the, I don't know, maybe even up until about 10 to 15 years ago. Well, I guess Oklahoma stayed pretty, in all fairness, I guess Oklahoma's been pretty high up there, but they're not as good as they were. I mean, they just aren't. And Texas is getting better. Look at those ratings I have there. I'm not saying those are perfect. Don't get me wrong. I don't think they are, but they give you an idea though of where they are. Oklahoma is probably not going to be a lot better this year than they were last year. It's possible they might be.
Not the 31st best football program.
Okay, well, I didn't expect you to agree with me, Mark, but it'll be interesting to see whether because I put a lot of work into this, Mark. It's like I didn't pull this out of a hat.
I understand that, but I don't necessarily know that you're measuring something that is valid. I don't know what you're measuring here. It's like saying if Ohio State went 12-0 last year, and let's say they were a 500 program throughout their entire history, you would average those two, and you would say they're going to go 8-4 this year.
I didn't exactly average it.
I don't know what that's really telling us.
You told me, this is one of the arguments you gave me in terms of like putting Florida State, and that's why I wanted to get your opinion on where Florida State was too, because I told you, and this is based it's not on my opinion. I took what I thought I even included your summary, and I included mine too, but I averaged them out. And what I found out was that Oregon State had a better football team last year than Florida State. And we could argue all day about it, I guess, and maybe not have the.
I have no issue with that.
Oh, okay.
Why would I have an issue with
Well,
that?
they're not significantly better, but they finished higher. I think
Yeah.
like one position higher. And then
Sure.
maybe
Okay.
if you played them, maybe Florida State would beat the out of them. I don't know. But is based on the information I had. And then the other thing I looked at was I was like, well, maybe Florida State has a better. I didn't really look into the attendance because I don't really think attendance is as important as, but the enrollment was like almost identical. They're both right at 35,000. I mean, and so it's like you're saying they need to bring in Florida State. And I'm saying, why bring in Florida State if you have Oregon State there? To me, it's Apple. It's like, yeah, you might like Florida State better, but they're not any better than Oregon State.
Oh, Lord. Okay.
Well,
There's no comparison between Florida State as a football brand and the value of the football program and Oregon State.
all I looked at was I was curious, is like, well, Florida State must have 100,000 students or something. I was thinking,
It has nothing to do with how many students they have.
Well, I found out they both have about 35,000.
Okay.
So it's like, kind of to me, it's like there is no better one. I mean, it's like one's about the same.
Does
I
Duke
don't
have
know.
a great basketball program?
Well, that was another thing. You ought to look where Duke was. People are discounting Duke, but if you look at that, like where I had Duke, they're actually, they're half, they're not bad. Now that, again, it's based on one season, I guess, and that's probably not indicative of how they're going to be maybe every year, but they're not a team to really sleep on. I don't think. I know
They had a
they're
nice season last season. I just don't know what we're determining with this list.
Well, I already told you, it's like I'm taking basically and it's not what I think at all, because I didn't even use I guess I did. I included what I used, but what I'm using isn't really even it's a rating that Sports Reference is who it's for, but so it's mine, but it's not mine. You know what I mean? It's not really anything that I think. Anyway, I took 6 and averaged 4. So I eliminated the high and low, averaged 4. And then I used that, and I basically averaged that with the historical. But I put more weight towards last season because I figured, historical, sure. But it's like last season's probably a little bit closer to what they're like than the historical. But I used both. And like if you look at Florida State, that's what I was hoping you could tell me, because you can look at where Florida State is. They're going to benefit a lot by their history. And they're going to be ranked higher because of it. But so yeah, so I'm kind of following your lead is what I'm trying to do. And so like, yeah, if I have James Madison, it's because James Madison, well, based on one season, obviously, but I'm not going to like punish James Madison just because they've only been around one season. And I don't know if they're better than Oklahoma, but I guess we'll probably find out this year, won't we? I just kind of feel like we're focusing too much on, oh, Miami, Florida, look how wonderful, it's like it's been. I don't remember the last time, 2017. I remember Florida, but even then they got up to high as number 2, but then they lost to somebody they probably shouldn't have, and I think they lost again.
Okay, we're going off the rails here. We got a Big Ten show here, Chris. But thank you so much for calling. Call back anytime.
All right, have a good day.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay. All right. Okay. Let's get back to our topics of the day. So Larry had a tremendous phone call, and we are going to catch up on everything Larry presented in regards to and more regarding this television debacle that I've got a bit of a handle on at this point. So what we've got here is let's dive through this. All right. So as we all know, the Big Ten signed this enormous television deal with NBC and CBS to add to its Fox package as well going forward for the next 7 years. It's $7 billion total. This was after USC and UCLA were added. Okay. Tony Petitti is the current Big Ten commissioner who took over in April, just 1 month ago, from his predecessor, Kevin Warren, who's moved on to the Chicago Bears. Okay. Petitti prioritized the official completion of the massive television contract worth more than $7 billion. So it was not officially completed, as they say, I's dotted, T's crossed. The issue may seem like a mere formality, but complications to the much celebrated deal arose soon after he accepted the job. So this line right here is telling me that let's understand, in media, what do they want? They want clicks. I want clicks. Now, I don't go to ridiculous places to get clicks. We just talk college football here, and hopefully you respond. And you usually do and have responded, and we thank you so much for that, just for plain college football talk. So here we talk controversial topics if we believe that they are valid topics. If we do not believe that they're valid, I ignore them and we move on and we talk about real football. Okay. So this phrase right here tells me something. This issue may have seemed like a mere formality, but complications to the much celebrated deal arose soon after he accepted the job. So I believe, I may be wrong, but when all of the dust clears, that everything is going to be just fine. And we have a enormous football entity in the Big Ten, and we have three major media rights holders, and this situation basically deals with two of them, or maybe just with one of them. We shall see. And I believe that everyone's going to be at least reasonably satisfied. They will work it out. There's too much at stake for this not to be worked out, and for both partners, both sides of the negotiating table, to be happy with their deal. And we did get a super chat. I apologize, I've not gotten to that yet. If anybody else has any comments or questions, please do the same. Okay. So we are 3 months before the season kicks off. The Big Ten does not have completed long-form contracts, which include the fine print details. Petiti is engaged in significant horse trading, so somebody used that term, according to multiple sources, to get the NBC primetime deal finished and figure out what the network calls outstanding issues. Just about a week ago, it was announced that the first CBS primetime game would be Penn State and Iowa. And in announcing that and then continuing to work through the schedule, probably brought this to light, probably brought this issue to light. I'm guessing that as they were making their selections, working through the schedule, again, we just had the first CBS game announced a week ago. Somebody hit a snag. Like, what? We have to do what? Our team has to play when? So it states here, these deals are not done. They are not what they were represented to be from the standpoint of the NBC deal and the availability of all members to participate in November games in prime time. Interviews with nearly a dozen sources in and around the Big Ten and the college sports industry paint a picture of Petiti sprinting to navigate details left unresolved from his predecessor. As a result, there's a trail of unhappy athletic directors seeing money disappearing from their bottom line, frustrated television executives, and big-name coaches irked about the lack of transparency and details that were not communicated to them. So either the athletic directors and the coaches are frustrated, or the television executives are frustrated. I don't believe either would be happening completely. You know, we're going to come to a resolution here, and it's either going to be 50-50 or there's going to be give and take to some degree. Okay, Kevin Warren takes over the conference. They discuss and they state here what the timeline of his entry into the league. He accepted the job, said he was leaving the Big Ten in demonstrably better position. So maybe Kevin Warren was shown the door. I had heard that from a few different sources anyway, and this might be part of it here. He's frustrating athletic directors and coaches, and they're going to be a pain in the rear end to their bosses, the chancellors and the school presidents. Then that may have ushered that result. It's a bit more muddled. Big Ten schools have seen potential revenue disappear the past few months from a contract that was announced back in August as being worth an average of nearly $1 billion per year through the 29 season. More than $70 million in total is suddenly in flux. Nearly $5 million per school. So is that total? That's total. So that's 70 divided by 14. Yeah, that's 5 and 4. Okay. It's left administrators around the league seeking answers and calling for financial accountability. So let's leave that right there, and we'll bring in our buddy Rick Anaya on the line. Rick, what's going on tonight?
Hey, Mark, how you doing?
I am doing just fine.
Yeah,
What's up?
I've been reading about this Big Ten deal, and Larry had a good call, and so people are wondering, well, gosh, it came out the other day that I guess there's 3 schools: Penn State, Michigan, and Ohio State. From a coach's level and an AD level, no November night games. That's kind of one of their provisions, their cutouts. And from having negotiated commercial real estate sales and lease transactions, everybody in the industry knows what the standard contract is. And you go back and forth, you create an addendum. There's certain things that you ask for: free rent, tenant improvements, et cetera, et cetera. It's standard. And then you have attorneys review it. You have a working document, and then you go to signature. You go to signing the document. So in this type of situation with Kevin Warren, he's dealing with presidents, ADs, coaches, 14 different schools. I'm assuming USC and UCLA got on board very late negotiating process. This contract was consummated around August 18th or the 20th, right before college football season. So there has to be a disconnect looking at it, because the ADs and coaches are upset supposedly about playing night games in November. Are you on board with that? And is that
Yes.
your understanding? Okay. So when this deal was announced, remember how everybody was like, wow, this is great. You got NBC, Fox, and CBS are going to own the 3 TV windows, starting off with the noon kickoff. And then you're going to alternate between CBS and NBC on the second and third windows. Or maybe there's Fox. They're going to have, at different times of the year, they're going to own different windows. So ultimately, that last game is going to kick off at 7:30 East Coast time, 6:30, I believe, Central, 4:30 West Coast time. So at that point, a red flag should be raised, or should have been raised by somebody at that time, when you're dealing with a $7 billion contract and at least 14 shareholders. Okay, well, how is this going to work out? You did a great job on all your TV numbers and what's going to make money. Rivalry games are at the end of the year. I mean, how are you going to do this? No disrespect to Rutgers, Maryland, Northwestern, Indiana, Purdue, but are you going to put all those teams in November at night?
Yeah, absolutely.
You see what I'm getting at?
Well, absolutely. So as you stated very well and very clearly, that the deal was cut, the numbers looked amazing. We knew what the TV partners were and which window they had, but you also know that we have this stipulation that we do not play November night games in the Big Ten. And that involves all the schools, not just the big 3 or 4. So what did they automatically think? Well, number one, that NBC owns this late window, regardless of it upsetting Ohio State or Michigan. This is a addition to the television contract that currently doesn't exist and violates the league rule for any of the schools, regardless of who they put in that window.
Right. So I mean, that's why I think
Seemed
there's
rather
gotta be-
obvious.
So, who is it most important to not playing night games in November? Obviously, the fans, but it's the coaches and the ADs. You can't assume that the presidents are expected to know that minutia, that detail, right? I'm just putting it out there. But there has obviously there was a disconnect with signing this agreement. Now we're looking back at it, but why does it take 9 months to? Oh well, because we're finding out where the bodies are buried, what Kevin Petiti is doing, and how he's basically got to go ahead and dot the I's and cross the T's. Now, ultimately, it's not a lot of money. It's less than 1% of the total $7 billion deal, but concessions are going to have to be made. It's kind of like, well, this is what you're going to have to do. Sorry, but you're making $20 million or more a year, Michigan, Penn State, Ohio State. We'll try to do the best, but we can't guarantee anything.
Or is that per season, that 70 million? Is that a total figure or is that a per season deduction?
I believe it's total.
Yeah. So like you're saying, it's less than 1% of the it's 0.7% of the contract.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
it's a big story. It's a detail that came out. You're going to get juice out of it, clicks, whatever. It's
exactly.
Right.
And that's kind of what I led with, that this is interesting stuff, and this is a gaffe by Warren. This is a miscommunication between or a miscommunication or just an outright
absolutely
just a incompetent.
I don't think he was very transparent with everybody that was involved that needed to sign off on these deals.
And why, I don't know. I don't know why he felt as though, okay, I'm going to cut this deal and get a bunch of pats on the back, and the media is going to love me, and I'm going to get lauded as this amazing deal broker of this deal, and then I'll leave town. Actually, he's not leaving town. He's staying in the same town as the Big Ten office, but I'll leave this job, and then they'll discover it, but they'll be happy with how much money it was and be okay with it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but at that level, $7 billion deal, there's several attorneys that are going to be looking over that document, and then there's provisions. These are TV companies. They're going to lay it out that they're going to get exclusivity on game starts, locations, all of that.
Sure.
So it's not a secret. I mean, that if that is a major issue, then that contract was not being CC'd or copied to all the people that need to have approvals. And so if that's on the presidents, it's on the presidents for not getting their specific coaches and ADs on board. And then the bottom line, it's the Big Ten attorneys that are involved with blessing this television contract. I mean, Kevin Warren, God forbid, Kevin Warren was the only one that had the exclusive authorization to sign the deal. I don't think so. Not a $7 billion deal. But this is simple. It's really simple, and it's a egregious mistake. But I'm sorry, Ohio State. I'm sorry, Penn State. I'm sorry, Michigan. You're going to have to play a night game if it comes down to it with the scheduling. I know you get preferential treatment of the Big Ten, rightly so. But hey, this is TV. They pretty much dictate how your life is going to be. Take it from one who knows, from the Pac-12, right? We're the laughing conference that, you got to play 7:30 at night when nobody's watching. Pac-12 after dark. We're a punchline by ESPN. They use it as a marketing tool. I mean, it was an ad campaign. It still is, right, Mark?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, I mean, even during COVID, USC had to play at 9 a.m. on the West Coast. Well, sorry to be you, but that's what you got to do. And each of you schools have to take a bullet and play on the Pac-12 network. So it happens in every conference. There's inequalities, but this one, Mark, is an error to the highest degree. And now that this is coming out, it's very surprising because that was like the big selling point, wasn't it? Owning 3 windows during the day. And nobody made a peep at that point saying, hey, they just assumed that they're big enough meaning the big three, and they weren't going to be put in that position. That's all I can say. I mean, that's all I can
Well, I
assume.
can't imagine that they are that stupid. There's no way that they thought that NBC's forking over $350 million and they're going to play 3 night games or 4 night games in the month of November and not touch those 3 schools.
But it's culture, Mark. It's what those 3 schools are most likely used to, right? This is a new TV deal that had these 3 windows. It's never happened before. But I would assume that those 3 schools, and you let me know, Mark, do they get preferential treatment when it comes down to television times and by TV networks
Well, it
versus
depends what you
other?
consider preferential. It's the Big Ten, so they're not playing a game late at night. Do they get preferential treatment? I don't see it. I don't see it. I see where Ohio State's gotten screwed by playing Penn State the week before Michigan, and that's happened a number of times too. Not just them, but I don't see where there's. I would have to say, can somebody bring me evidence of there being preferential treatment in the scheduling for any of the top teams in the Big Ten? No. All the rules have held firm for everyone. They don't play night games in November. They generally haven't played Thursday and Friday games. That's been loosened up here in the last few years.
So that is like an understood rule. Is that what you're telling me? No night games in November?
Yeah, that's even I would say it's been brought up here 20 times since this contract has been signed or apparently not completely detailed. But anyway, where viewers have brought it up, I brought it up. Oh, there are no Big Ten night games in November. That's obviously a thing of the past because NBC's got a night window.
So you would assume, or we were safe to assume that deal point was relented on by the schools and athletic directors and presidents.
Yeah, I really just don't see how they've been blindsided by this. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah.
At least on that point.
Mm-hmm. Right. But the other thing, with the gaffe with Fox having to get paid back $40 million because their Big 12 championship game, I think in 2026, belongs to, was it NBC or the other way around? Whatever that is, that's not a major deal. I mean, that's something where Kevin Petitti's got to come in and he's got to clean up, issues that Kevin Warren had. That's how it is in any business, right? When you take over, you kind of assess where you're at, and there's outstanding issues, but that's not a big deal. And so, obviously, this no night games in November was a sticking point. Now, unfortunately, the Big Ten and the schools are just going to have to digest that because, hey, you got 3 windows. So, be glad to host you guys out here in LA.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. All right, Mark. Good talking to you.
Thanks for stopping by, Rick. Appreciate it.
See you.
So I'm looking at the last 4 weeks of the Big Ten schedule in 2022. So follow along here. If you look at and I'm not going to post it on the screen here because it's kind of convoluted. It's on the Big Ten Network page. So the final weekend of the season, Ohio State and Michigan are going to play on Fox at noon. Okay. Well, had NBC and CBS had this contract last year, who's going to play at night? Well, you've got the next best games are Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa, Nebraska, Penn State, Michigan State, which because of Michigan State and them winning 5 games was not a very good game. And Penn State was out of it, even though they were a top 10 team, they were out of the conference race. So Ohio State and Michigan would have played at noon on Fox. And I guess the NBC game would have been Minnesota, Wisconsin. So that would not have affected, unless they really wanted Penn State to play at night, they would have had Penn State and Michigan State as the night game on NBC. As it was this past season, Michigan, Ohio State was at noon on Fox. That Nebraska-Iowa game was on the Big Ten Network on Friday. Minnesota, Wisconsin was a Fox game after Ohio State, Michigan at 4 Eastern. Penn State, Michigan State was an ESPN. That was an FS1 game, actually. That was the highest rated FS1 game of the year. Okay, so the week before, your number one game would have been either Ohio State, Maryland, or Illinois, Michigan. And as it played out this past season, they played a doubleheader on ABC, noon and 3:30. And those were the highest rated games of the week. Ohio State, Maryland, and Michigan, Illinois. Okay, if this is this season or 2024, one of those two games, I guess, would have been on NBC at night. Ohio State, Maryland, or Michigan, Illinois. Trying to think what the big noon game must have been a Big 12 game, the second to last game of the season last year. Yes, because Minnesota, Wisconsin played either on Fox or FS1, and Wisconsin, Nebraska played on ABC or ESPN. Okay, on November 12th this past season, your most important game was there really weren't any big games. I guess Wisconsin, Iowa, that was the biggest game. Well, they played on Fox or FS1. So Michigan, Nebraska. So one of those two games would have been played at noon on Fox, and the other one would have been played on NBC at night. You've got the first week of November. You really don't have... Man, the first week of November this past season, Illinois, Michigan State, Purdue, Iowa, Nebraska, Minnesota, Ohio State, Northwestern, Maryland, Wisconsin, Penn State, Indiana, Michigan, Rutgers, and that's your slate of games. So you tell me. They're obviously leaning Ohio State, Michigan. So the first weekend of November, you would have had Ohio State and Northwestern maybe playing on NBC at night. They played in a windstorm at noon anyway. All right, interesting stuff. All right, we appreciate the super chats coming in. Finally getting to those, Ryan. Sorry for making you wait here, but here we go. Ryan, thank you so much for the contribution. Can the new commissioner come through and save the Big Ten? I mean, is $900 million a year even worth their time? Seriously, it is difficult to see Kevin Warren's legacy being anything other than tarnished at this point. Again, it all depends on the result of this situation. The result of this situation most likely is going to be null and void. There are going to be some people that are offended, pissed off, irritated, frustrated, but the end result is going to be the Big Ten's going to get its money, and NBC and the other two networks are going to get their games. So I don't know how that's going to mess up Kevin Warren's legacy, his overarching legacy. Now, his legacy for people that care about ethics, care about communication and fairness and doing things the right way, the ethical way, the upstanding way, absolutely, Ryan, absolutely to you on that point. But again, like I told David off the top, there are three major situations, three major outcomes during the Kevin Warren tenure. One is the COVID season. Okay, he botched that in so many ways that we detailed at the time. However, that, other than costing Big Ten schools some money for playing 6 or 7 games instead of 12 games, although nobody played 12 games that season, The SEC played what? The SEC played 10. The ACC played 10. So there was going to be lost revenue anyway. So the Big Ten played 5, 6, 7 in that range. So there was some lost revenue, but it was more of just a PR nightmare. And in the moment, yes, I and other people conjectured that the Big Ten would take a hit going forward for this that we talked about on that phone call, but it didn't happen. The Big Ten's just fine. So that's the one gaffe on his record. The other two are huge, huge wins. Two enormous grand slams. USC, UCLA, and the TV contract. Now, the TV contract wasn't handled in the best way, but the overriding outcome is $7 billion for the Big Ten. Yes, some school administrators, some athletic directors, some coaches are annoyed, pissed off, irritated, agitated, offended. And I'm not saying that in a disparaging way, that they should have been informed and they should have been in on those communications. What I'm saying is they're just going to be annoyed and irritated and agitated, but this is all going to get done. This is going to continue as determined. This is just an annoyance. This is just an annoyance. This is just sloppy work. This is just negligence. That's probably the best word to put on it that I can think of. This is negligence on Kevin Warren's part. But the Big Ten's going to get its money, and the networks are going to get their games. So Kevin Warren's legacy, it depends. If you're talking about on a personal level, yes, it should take a hit because he was not forthright for whatever reason. And again, maybe it was just that he thought this deal is so overwhelmingly lucrative that everyone, they might be miffed when they find out, but they'll be fine. They'll understand and they'll pocket the $7 billion and understand. I guess the other option would have been him to go back to the schools and say, all right, if you're going to hold to the policy that you're not playing night games in November, then we are not signing a $7 billion deal. We're signing a fill in the blank, $6.2 billion deal. I don't know. And then they would have had to decide, okay, are we in not wanting our fans to sit in 25-degree weather, or what other reasons there are not to play at night? That's the only one I can think of, is not wanting players, coaches, and especially the fans to travel and to be in stadiums at 11 o'clock at night when it's 24 degrees out. Other than that, everybody else plays at night. There are night games all over the country in November. There's no difference other than weather in playing in November at night and playing September night games. So it's all weather related. It's got to be. Otherwise, the Big Ten would play at night in prime time and not play so many games that are competing against each other during the day in November. Think about it. They're playing all noon games and 3:30 games. And so they've got 14 teams playing 7 games. So they're playing either 2, 3, or 4 games at noon and at 3:30 Eastern against each other, competing against each other. So they are taking money out of their pocket by not playing at night in November. So all will be fine. Nick, thank you so much for being here. One more loss to Michigan will cause Ryan Day to get exposed as the fraud he is. I don't really understand that term, fraud. He's a football coach. I think he will continue to be a football coach with like a 90+ winning percentage. His ability to coach is as fake as his beard's darkness. By the way, Skull Session is as corny as the WWE. Boo the Bucknuts. All right. Okay. Well, so Ryan Day is a really good football coach. Is he a legend? Is he among the elite of college football? That certainly can be argued one way or the other. If they got a kicker that could make, like I was having a conversation with my son this afternoon and let him know in working through the Tony Altimore metrics and statistics that, my goodness, even programs like Alabama and Florida State made between $50 and $75 million in football last year. Michigan made $120 and Ohio State made $137 million. Ohio State made twice as much money playing football last year as Alabama did. Twice as much. Like $70 more million. 65 to 70 million more. Okay. And my son made the comment, I guess they should have bought a field goal kicker. So is Ryan Day a fraud? I just think that's a ridiculous comment. I need context to these ridiculous phrases and terminology. I guess I'm just not up on these comments and how they're supposed to be defined. Is Ryan Day a really good football coach? Yes, I will go to the mat debating that any day of the week. Is Ryan Day a great football coach? Is he one of the 3 best in the? No, I won't say that. Could he turn out to be? Absolutely. He has shown us enough to show us that Ohio State at any point could run off 4 consecutive Big Ten championships and go to the playoffs every year and win a national championship. Would that surprise anyone? No. But what has happened the last 2 years? Got his butt kicked by Michigan, did not win the Big Ten championship. Therefore, he did not live up to expectations, and his teams limped home with a horrible 22-4 record the last 2 years. Yes, Ryan Day is running a horrible, horrendous football program. It's a complete embarrassment. They missed a field goal against that more than lucky Georgia football team that has no business of winning a national championship, that squeaked by in the national championship game. Somehow, I don't know how that happened, but Georgia somehow lucked into the national championship by barely winning over TCU, and Ryan Day's team obviously could not compete with Georgia in any possible way. He's a fraud. It became crystal clear to me there, Nick. Thank you. All right. Now we've got Larry. Thanks for being here, Larry. And I've got a better grasp on all of this, not completely. There may be a video coming everyone's way here as soon as I digest all of this contract business. Larry says recruiting will take a minor hit. 25 degrees is horrible to play in. Maybe why the news was tucked away for so long. Yeah, we would have to do a deep dive on weather forecasts. So you're in East Lansing, Michigan, playing at 3:30 in the afternoon. Okay. Right now, in November, let's just take random school in the Big Ten. I didn't go to the southernmost part of the Big Ten. I didn't go to Columbus, Ohio, or College Park, Maryland, where it's a little more temperate, a little bit. East Lansing, Michigan. Okay, right now we're having these kids play 3:30 football games that end at 7:10, 7:15 at night. Okay, now they're going to be playing at 11 or 11:15 at night. Is it 8 degrees colder? Is it 24 and not 32? Is it? Yes. If there's a student athlete, out there that does not choose to go to a Big Ten school because he might, think about this. Okay, there's 4 played in the month of November at 7:30 at night out of 14 teams. So there's going to be 8 teams playing, maybe not 8 individual teams, but 8 slots taken up by 8 teams in the month of November out of 14. So there's slightly over 50% chance that in any given season, you're going to be playing at night in the Big Ten, and you're going to choose a different school because of that. Really? Okay, maybe. Is USC losing recruits? USC and UCLA, are they losing recruits as we speak because they may be playing games in Lincoln, Nebraska, or Minneapolis, so forth, in November, and not playing in Palo Alto and Tempe and etc.? Are they losing recruits because of that? I don't have the answer. My guess is a big fat no, but I don't have the answer. All right. And we did not get to the Schembechler conversation to an extent here. I believe we've got another super chat. Thank you for that, Artie. Appreciate you being here. Is the Mountain West really signing an exclusivity deal with what is I don't even know what that is. DAZN? Dazn? Or just a rumor? You got me, Artie. Dazn. Dazn boxing schedule. I've never heard of this. DAZN. I see Dazn boxing schedule. So the Mountain West. You know what? And well, I would think, this is my guess, that if they can get significantly more money out of that exclusive deal, the Mountain West needs money, that they would sign that deal. But I would think that if it's not significant, that it would be to the Mountain West's best interest to be diversified in its platforms. So currently, you get Mountain West football on CBS Sportsnet nationally more than anywhere else. Also on ESPN2. You see a lot of Boise State, Fresno State, San Diego State on ESPN2 late at night. And again, you get them on CBS Sportsnet. And then what's a real coup for this conference currently that's going to go away is that they've been on CBS. They've had 3 or 4 games during the regular season on CBS at noon Eastern time, which is a really early start time. But they had some really nice TV ratings as I was doing that TV ratings series a couple months ago on CBS for the Mountain West. All right, Larry jumps back in with this. And Larry, I hope you didn't take my... Okay, that is the original comment from Larry. Okay. Hope you didn't take my retort in any type of offensive way. I was basically saying, I don't know, but I don't believe so. Now, does the Big Ten want to steer away from the... Does the Big Ten want to steer away from the weather discussion? Always the Big Ten wants to steer away from the weather discussion. Absolutely. The Big Ten is doing much better now that they bring recruits on campus and have official visits in June. That's the perfect time when it might be spiking up into the low 90s in Florida, which for some people, they love it. For a lot of people, they're like, this is a little too much. Hey, give me 75. Then it becomes maybe a little advantage that even though you've got it in your mind that, okay, I'm standing in Ann Arbor, Michigan, the first week of June, and it's 78 degrees, and this feels great, as opposed to it being 95 in Florida right now. I mentally know this is a mirage. This is just during pockets of the year, but it's still an experience. So we're emotional people. We're visceral, and we feel that visit to Ann Arbor was awesome. It was 78 degrees. It was beautiful. It was nice. Didn't have to be down in that humidity. And even though we know, okay, it's not like this in November, again, I think, especially at 18 years old, that could swing you a little bit. John, how you doing tonight?
Hey, I'm sitting back and listening to all this. I will say, imagining that Michigan-Illinois game at like 8 p.m. Oh boy.
Well, I'm not discounting that in any way, because they played the noon game.
Yeah.
And what I tried to do, and unfortunately I didn't have the visual representation of it, was I went to the Big Ten schedule to think, okay, let's go through this 22 November schedule and see most likely how these games would have been selected by the networks and who would have played at night. And on the day that you're referencing, the second to last game of the season, what was the temperature there at the Big House?
God. I mean, it was around 10, but then with wind chill, you're looking at negatives, 10, 15 negative.
And that was the second to last weekend of the season. So it was roughly November 17th or 18th.
Yep.
And that was a noon game.
Yep.
And Ohio State and Maryland played right after that. And those were the two highest rated TV games of the week. Those two games. They were both great games.
And people wonder why Michigan runs so much.
Let's get the clock running. Let's get out of here. Yeah. Once you dip into November, the weather is unpredictable in that sense, because you can get a winter burst like that. But I think the next weekend in Columbus, it was fine.
Oh yeah,
like 58 or something like that. But yeah, those are possibilities. And that night, who knows what, I don't know what that would have been like, having to play that game 8 hours later.
So Mark, this whole media deal discussion, as somebody, I'm not claiming to have negotiated contracts at the $1 billion level, but I've negotiated contracts, pretty high. And even for me, in the events industry and in business, you have to loop everybody in. Yeah. When you're talking at the higher levels, you've got to loop in all the different departments. You've got to loop in any exterior person. The lawyers get involved. And so I don't believe that they didn't know that they were going to be playing night games. Like Ward saying that is just Ward is doing Ward things again.
Yeah, I'm not dismissing Kevin Warren's supposed negligence. I don't even want to say it's negligence, because we're just going by this story. Sure. But apparently it is
negligence.
Yeah. Yes, there's negligence there. That there's not a whole lot of digging that's required here, that if as an athletic director, coach, that we don't play night games in the Big Ten. And then there's, even for us in the public, we're seeing reports of a contract that's going to involve these entities and these time slots, 7:30 NBC. Like,
well, the negligence
resonate with anyone?
Yeah, it's crazy. Well, the negligence, I guess, would be things like this $40 million to Fox, when he's saying, and they're saying NBC, Warren gave NBC the title game, and he didn't have full authority. That would be negligence if that's true, because you have to loop you have to make sure that all your I's are dotted, T's are crossed before you agree to that. And so Fox is justified in demanding $40 million. Like, they're justified.
Absolutely. That is a surprise to me that he would try to pull that off. That's odd.
Yeah, I don't know. It's obviously we'll probably have more coming out. There were some people in chat saying, "Well, it's not done if it isn't signed." It did get signed, but the what's in question is who got looped in and who didn't.
Yeah,
that's what we're kind of debating. It did get signed, right? And it was reported before as having been signed, and now it's ESPN is saying it got signed. We know that. So that is not what we're debating. What we're debating is how much, like, is Kevin Warren negligent for not looping in enough people? Are the ADs negligent? Those who say, well, I didn't know. Well, they probably, I think Ward got looped in. I can't back that up, but I would have to say that the athletic directors got looped in, at least, like presidents and athletic directors.
yeah, it's been quite a day here with Big Ten football talk, because we didn't even get to Mike Bone, the USC athletic director, stepping down.
Oh boy.
Of course, they handled that on our USC show last night, and we'll be talking that tonight, I'm sure, with our guy Matt Zemek on our USC show. But the one thing I will say, and I stated this earlier, and I'm sure that this would have been a main story on another day as well, the SHEMY Schembechler situation. So the only thing I want to say about this, again, is that I personally, from a personal standpoint of not wanting to see offensive posts, I don't want to see that. But from the curiosity standpoint and the journalist in me from years gone by would like to see, what did he support? So it's my indication from these articles is that he didn't necessarily post this himself.
Retweets.
He supported it.
Yeah.
He liked it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe retweeted it. I don't know.
It likes and retweets.
Okay, retweets.
At which, yeah, I mean, we know that Donovan Edwards got in trouble for one retweet and they had to visit the Holocaust Museum. Okay. So that was for one retweet.
Yeah.
So my issue, and if you go and look at some of the things that he allegedly liked and retweeted,
so that's out. I'm sorry to interrupt, John, because that was asked earlier whether those things are online.
Well, he mentioned, so in the whatever it was, apology or statement or whatever, he actually alluded to the Jim Crow part of it. So there's some of that in the whatever you want to call it. But I actually have a problem more so. Yeah, see, it's in the second paragraph. I have a problem more so with the university and the social media departments and the athletic department. Like, if you're not vetting your people, and if you're not going on and vetting your people on Twitter, Facebook, everything that they're on, it's 2023. Yeah. And if they've done something knucklehead related, the media is gonna drag it up, especially when you have the name Schembechler as like an even. I'm sure that amplified it even more.
Yeah.
If it was just Joe Schmo, assistant director of recruiting, but
and just the nature of social media, I'll say this about myself, that there have been plenty of times that I was going to state something, and then I thought, that's not wise. Not because I didn't believe it, but because you can't give context. You can't have a conversation. And so if I was able to have a conversation with that person and explain that, and I'm not saying that he's in this category because it doesn't sound like it. It sounds like this is just definitely inappropriate things that should not be supported in any way. I'm not talking about those sorts of things. I'm just talking about things that require, complicated issues that require conversation and context and really explanation and understanding each other, that I've even thought, okay, Yeah, don't say that, because they won't understand it. They'll take it the worst way. It just shouldn't be stated.
Let me ask you this: you've been studying this sport way longer than I have. Is this the second shortest tenure in the history of football? Other than Bill Belichick's one-day stint at the
yes,
at the
that's
Jets.
where my mind went too. Yes, took the Jets job.
It's definitely in there in one of the shortest tenures of football history.
There was also the tenure by George O'Leary at Notre Dame, where, let's see what year this would have been. So George O'Leary, yes, 2001, he was hired to be the head coach at Notre Dame. He lied about his resume. He falsified his resume.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't do that. Well, nowadays they just find a tweet and they'd be done. It would have been done. Wouldn't even.
Yeah. So he was there. He was the head coach for 5 days.
Okay. So that would be the third shortest staff tenure in the history of football.
What's odd about that is I understand, well, I don't condone it in any way, but I understand people falsifying resumes if they're trying to like get a first big job, or like they really don't have much on their resume. But this is a guy who succeeded at Georgia Tech in particular. So he was getting the job, I would think, regardless, based on his performance at Georgia Tech. And, he falsified some really odd things involving education and so forth.
Right. Yeah. That's not great. Hey, we've got, we got Stephen Light. Good show, Mark. You really bring it 24/7. Very true. The guy who makes this all happen. That's what I say every single time for Michigan Wolverines Live. So very true.
Nick is coming back here.
Oh, yes.
Thank you for the contribution, Nick. We appreciate it. Ohio State's offensive line is in decline. Have all the wide receivers you want, but they cannot compete in the trenches. They fold faster than freshly greased lawn chairs. Weakness spews from them. Nick, I am not discounting offensive line. I will call them question marks.
Sure.
There's plenty of talent. They have inexperienced players, and they have 2 tremendous tackles that they lost to the NFL draft, and a center. They lost 3 offensive linemen to the NFL draft, and there's a lot of question marks. As the conversation with David went, if I pull the trigger on Ohio State winning the Big Ten championship, I will be checking a lot of boxes that have to come through. Whereas Michigan's a much safer selection. No question. Less question marks.
I mean, safer. Definitely safer. But again, on paper, Ohio State is one of the most talented teams in the country. It's got to be up there with Georgia and Alabama. If A&M still has kept enough of their, 5 million 5-stars that they had. But yeah, it remains to be seen. There's a reason we play the games, and that's just how it goes. But I'm just looking at the Ohio State roster here, and just some of who's coming back. I mean, is there a real possibility Devin Brown is the quarterback? Because the way I've seen it, like, it's possible, but they put a lot of time equity into Kyle McCord, recruiting time equity, obviously camp time equity, like the amount that they put in, it would have to be, Devin Brown would have to light it up in fall camp.
Yes, exactly. You ended it with that is the conclusion that I have, that if Kyle McCord opens a starting quarterback in game 1, we won't know whether he easily won the job, or it was slim, or it was a tie and he just got the lean. He But if Devin Brown is the starting quarterback, and we know that he outplayed Kyle McCord, that he won it big.
Yeah, that's gotta be a thing. And I don't know if Ryan Day would do the Jim Harbaugh give everybody an audition, because it is kind of, if you think about it, it's kind of parallel a little bit, other than the fact that McCord didn't have the year as starter. But like, okay, Devin Brown got injured, right? Didn't have spring, has to light it up in fall to catch up. Wouldn't that be something? Ryan Day won't do that, though. I don't think he's going to do that.
I don't think he will either. And I wouldn't have an issue with him doing it. I actually thought that was a good move by Jim Harbaugh. The way Jim Harbaugh handled that quarterback transition, I had no issues with it. He did certain things that I said earlier. I said he should do this, or he could think about it, and then he ended up doing it. Then there were other things I got to say he thought of and did that I didn't think of. But I thought in the moment, I thought it was very smart of him to get JJ as involved the previous season as he did for a lot of different reasons. Cade McNamara goes down. JJ's played against Wisconsin. He's played against all these other really good teams in meaningful situations. So he's already number two, you keep him involved, engaged, focused. You keep him interested. He's not the 5-star that holds the clipboard. He's on the bench. He just, during timeouts stands there and listens, and he's not involved, and he's checked out, and he's waiting to actually play. He's got to be cerebrally involved, but that's a lot to ask at that age. No, you just got that bit of an audition leading into the next season, all that experience. I just thought that was, he was able to continue to keep that team in Cade McNamara's hands, not offend him as you're the starter, you still play during the most meaningful times. You are clearly the starter, but we are bringing JJ along.
So on the running back side of things, so like I get for quarterback, most likely we're looking at McCord, but unless Brown lights it up. But one of the question marks that we had last year was the running game, because everybody knows that the passing game is top notch and has been since Ryan Day's, in my opinion, since he started as offensive coordinator. It's gone back all the way. But as far as the running game, Travion Henderson and Mayan Williams, I guess the question is who is really going to break out? Who do we think is going to just take that extra notch to, make it a more balanced offense? Because if they do, then I think you're in good shape. If Ohio State can get that going. Chip Trayanum and obviously Dallin Hayden, they could all be possibilities. So I don't know.
Yeah, I am very intrigued to see Travion Henderson's performance this year, because a lot of people are down on him. He was injured. A foot injury for a running back is not the best. And so it's understandable that,
sure.
And he still turned in like an 800-yard season or whatever it was. But with the other two guys coming on late in the year, Hayden and Trayanum, I don't know how they're going to kind of balance that room and get them all touches and keep them all happy.
Well, hopefully somebody breaks out, and then you can balance things out, have a nice run and pass there. But crazy day or so in Big Ten news for sure.
So, John, thanks for being here. Have a great rest of the show.
I will, and I will encourage everybody to check out USC Trojans Live with Mark and Matt Zemek at 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific. Because, like I always say, you learn something every show.
Thanks for being here, everyone. Appreciate all of you, and we'll see you tonight.
Thanks, Mark. And here we go with the 8 p.m. block of the Big Ten Live show. Oh, man. What a freaking couple of days, folks. This is something. I'm John D'Adamo. I'm going to be your host for the next it's already 8:23, so the next roughly hour and a half, 2 hours. I'm going to put the link again so people can call in. I'm happy to take multiple callers at the same time. We've been having some really good panel discussions lately. You don't need to have your camera on. You can keep your camera turned off and just pop in, and we'll probably take like 4 people, maybe 5. That's it. Because otherwise, I think some of you remember, got a little crazy a couple weeks ago. So let's keep it to 3 or 4, maybe 5 people. Mike Fort's chopping it up today. I'm glad you came in. So it was Gaddis's offense. What are we talking about? Gaddis's offense. Are we talking about DPJ? Tariq Black? Yeah, it was definitely. Okay, so I guess we can, let's see here. We have a caller, folks. I said, come on in, get yourself to join in, and we do have a caller who has called the show before, and it's John Johnston from Corn Nation.
Oh my God, I'm on the line.
You're on the line.
Well,
Hey,
with what's going on this beautiful end of May Monday night kind of thing?
Oh, just a ton of Big Ten news, like the fact that Fox is owed $65 million. Things like that.
It went up to 65 million.
Yeah, so you've got 40 million because of the title game situation. They promised it to NBC without full authorization. And then you've got 25 million from 2020 residual because they lost inventory during COVID. So 65 million. And then also depending on what happens with the night game situation, because people are saying, well, I didn't know there was going to be night. I didn't read that part or whatever. I wasn't looped in. Ward Manuel, Michigan athletic director, with another great quote. Just another just shining star on his legend as an AD. I didn't know.
Well,
So what do you make of all this?
It's only 65 million. That's the first thing. It's only 65 million. That's only I don't know how many coaches' salaries for 1 year.
Yeah, fair enough.
No, that's for a guy that was supposed to be a lawyer and supposed to be the head of a conference. That's pretty. It's very Kevin Warren.
Yeah.
Nebraskans have a special relationship with Mr. Warren. Him telling us that we could leave the Big Ten if we didn't like his stupid rules. And
oh yeah,
I spent most of the pandemic tweeting about him disappearing, and I think he spent most of it in his bathroom. I think he spent most of it in his bathroom hiding from the world. And then when he would venture out a bit, he'd come back in and he'd do what I do most of during the Scott Frost tender, which is stick a towel in your mouth and cry really hard. So hopefully people can't hear you.
Well,
even though my family would know, where's Dad? He's crying. It's the Nebraska thing. That's what happened the past few years.
Well, it's to the point where you don't even say his name when we bring up that era. We just say he who shall not be named, because
the guy we fired. That guy we fired.
Yeah, that guy. Well, Dan Beast Media giving you some appreciation. We obviously find you on Corn Nation, and when can we watch you next?
Well, at 8:00, I'm gonna do
all right,
an hour with Purdue guy Oh my God, his name just went out of my head. Travis Miller. He started
Miller.
SB Nation's Hammer and Rails, and now he does something where he makes a lot more money, which was a good move probably for him. Boiled and Lead, I think they call it. No, that was an Irish band. You know, I wanted to, I came on here for one thing.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, Michigan guy, right?
Okay. Oh boy.
What? They can't play night games in November?
Oh, I didn't say they can't.
Well, Michigan was one of the ones that said they didn't want to.
Well, okay. Could they? Yes. Is it going to be an experience that the 100,000 or so fans are going to all love? I mean, they'll probably, a lot of them will be juiced up on whatever, for sure. They'll get their liquid heat somehow. But having been there for an early game in the second to last week of the year, and granted, I flew in from Florida to watch it. So I wasn't as used to it as when I went to school there. But yeah, I can't playing that at 7:30 or 8. Oh boy. I mean, people would probably be frozen solid in the stands. But can it be done? Can it be done? Yes. Yes.
Now I want to,
and they do it.
Think about this for a minute. What if they came to you and they said, your first college football playoff game is going to be on Ann Arbor and it's going to be at 7 p.m.
Then you say yes.
December 28th or something.
Then you say yes.
Would you go to that?
Sure. It's a playoff game.
Well, then if Nebraska comes in late November, that's like a playoff game.
Hey,
come on.
If you get to where you want to go with Rule, you could be getting there soon. You never know. I mean, especially with the 12-team playoff.
But I guess I look at Michigan. Who else complained? Ohio State complained about it, late November games, late games, and Penn State, I guess, were the three that said they didn't want to play them. And I guess my thought is, I realized I'm in a different generation where we didn't have. I walked up to school both ways, waist deep snow, having to kill wild animals on my way and eat them for lunch, by the way, just so you know. But I guess everybody's gotten used to being in domes, but the NFL still plays games like that. So
sure. Lambeau Field.
Yeah.
I mean, Lambeau Field gets pretty cold, I'm pretty sure. And yeah, I mean, yeah, if at the end of the day, if the choice is between playing in the big house at night or playing at a neutral site, Michigan should hope that we say yes to the big house because you have a huge advantage if you do that.
Yeah.
I remember when Ohio State's AD said I think he's recanted on that now. The multiple buck nuts in the chat will let me know the factual analysis there. But he did say at one point he'd like that they'd rather play at Indy for the first round playoff game. So it is something that I think the schools that are more in the Midwest and have to deal with the real cold, Michigan, Nebraska, those types, that's the real cold. That's not like Pennsylvania cold. That's the real cold.
Another honest question. Do you think that this, okay, you've obviously said you probably you don't like the cold. Let's say it's 10 degrees out, right? You're not going to that game?
I'm not. I'm personally. Well, what are we talking about? We're talking
about.
Well,
I mean, if it's, let's say, the last game in November, well, for you guys, it's going to be Ohio State. You're going anyway because it's Ohio State. But let's say you're going to play Indiana in a 10-degree weather game. Are you going to that game?
If I have to fly from Florida, no. If I live in Ann Arbor, probably yes.
Okay, ask people and your people that chat stuff. Would you go to that? I look at it and I guess I think most of the time when I think that people these schools come out with these objections, what I think is like old people like me that are in charge of stuff, and they're like, I don't want to go out in the cold, and they're all athletic directors and stuff like that, and they don't have to be in the cold anyway. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and I will say, once you got past the initial, when you're in the big house and you get past the initial like part of it, and you just get caught up in the game, you get caught up in what's going on, you kind of don't notice. Everybody becomes everybody's best friend. Everybody's high-fiving each other. The kick at the end, if you remember when Jake Moody made that kick at the end of the game, beat Illinois, everybody went nuts. Nobody cared about the cold at that point. So I'd say this. I'd say if I had the choice between just taking the playoff first round example, and the choice is between Michigan playing in the big house and Michigan playing in a neutral site, you take the big house, even if it's late December, January, and it's like negatives. You take the big house because you're still getting a strategic advantage.
Yeah, and that's. I guess I'm looking forward to that in the playoffs. I want to watch Big Ten teams. I'm old. I'm near my deathbed. It's right there. I want to see like Miami, Florida State, some of those schools come up north and have to play in the cold. That's what I want. And, I wish they had more playoff games on campus than they did in the bowls. And I would really I'd be more against them playing in the bowls and have them more on campus sites, even if they were, especially if they were in cold weather sites. Because Alabama at Ann Arbor, come on, for a playoff game, that'd be like, what that would be?
I can't wait to see Alabama come to Ann Arbor in like late December at 7 p.m. And it's going to happen. I mean, that type of scenario is absolutely going to happen with the 12-team playoff. I'm not saying those two teams, but that type of matchup, absolutely.
Think about this for a minute. Michigan is a storied program. Mm-hmm. All the way back to Fielding score a minute a post or score a minute, Fielding Yost. First Rose Bowl, right? 49-0, 1902.
Oh man.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you think about it, the first college football playoff game that happens at Ann Arbor will be the biggest game in your school history.
Yeah, I'd say that.
Without any history behind it, without anything else, just boom, there it is.
Yeah, maybe a couple of past versions of the game, and from a ratings perspective, because I guess the other question is with the 12-team playoff, that first round, does it are there going to be, for example, for the 5 versus 12 match, are some people going to maybe opt out for the NFL, even in the playoff? Or are they going to, you know what I mean? There's now multiple rounds of the playoffs. There's going to be multiple layers of this, and it's not just going to be 4 teams anymore. So, it's going to change the trajectory a bit.
I would think if they do, we will hate them forever. So $65 million, huh?
Oh boy. And that's not even counting the millions that are going to be owed depending on what happens with the night games. So that's still being discussed. So ESPN is saying basically tens of millions of dollars of value in flux, aka they don't know the number yet. So
wow.
so that will probably top it. You're looking at maybe 70 to 80 million that they're gonna be owing. But again, if we're saying it's a $1 billion contract, then in that grand scheme of things, like you said at the beginning,
it's not tragic, but it's still $80 million because of a guy that honestly you kind of look at him and went, you shouldn't have never hired this guy in the first place. Realistically, they shouldn't have.
Wow.
He was, he was very good in a tie. He was very good in a suit. When he stood up at
that's half the battle.
he always said, That's a very good question. You look good today. Stuff like that. I mean, he was good at that. And I think that with the new guy coming in, you kind of look at him and go, okay, can you be good at that? And they actually read contracts and things, because that's, apparently what's required now.
Yeah, and also that's a great question, is something I even say when I'm on meetings, because I need time to think of my answer. So it's a great line to say when you're thinking of the answer in your head. So I'll give him that. That's a real tactic that you can use. But then after that, then there's not as much substance to it. So yeah, I don't like that he left the Big Ten with these loose ends and claiming that he left the place in a better position than he found it. Well, is that really a fact, or is that might be debatable?
Well, if you remember during the pandemic, one of the things that he said he did really well was he made sure that the Calm app was available to all their student athletes.
That's at the top of everybody's list of success stories. When I wake up in the morning, I'm thinking, what success stories am I going to talk about on the show? The Calm app is up there, and I like the Calm app. It's or Headspace, or I recommend everybody have one of those for meditation and stuff. But like to have that be a crowning achievement, I don't know about that.
Okay, I'm going to have to go in a couple minutes and get ready for mine. But I just thought I'd stop by and see your smiling face.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. And I know that there's a lot of fans in the chat here.
And then I was going to say, you're a Michigan guy. What the hell are you doing wearing that shirt?
I'm in Florida, man. This
is why nobody should ever hire me to be the commissioner of anything.
Yeah. I'm in Florida. This is I got this for the tropical situation.
All right, I'm gonna go. Take care, John. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Have a good.
Everybody follow Corn Nation. I'm gonna put the link to the Twitter, so you can check on the Twitter, and I'm also gonna put the YouTube link so people can check out YouTube. We'll start with Twitter. Follow John Johnston on Twitter. This guy rocks. He's been on multiple times and always brings a lot to the table, always brings a great perspective. I am once again asking for callers. Now, here's what we're going to do. We're going to have, like I said, we'll probably have 3 or 4 people on if we want to do that, if enough people call in. I'm putting the link right there. I'm throwing the gauntlet out now. We have about an hour and change to talk Big Ten media. If we want to talk Schembechler, I'm going to mention that very briefly here. So just in terms of topics, we just talked about it with John Johnston. Tony Petitti holding up a house of cards. The fact that the 2026 title game is promised to NBC without authorization. The fact that there's been pushback on the night games. Schools saying, ADs saying, like Ward Manuel saying, well, we didn't know about that. Which all looks like $65 million getting owed to Fox. Now, if I were coming into the Big Ten in this situation, I would be very unhappy because it's hard enough being the Big Ten commissioner when you don't have to clean up all these loose ends on a contract. I was telling this to Mark and people who have come in. So I've been in the corporate space and in business for almost 10 years. And I've negotiated contracts, not at the $1 billion level, but contracts at many different levels. And when you start getting higher, then that's when you bring in you have to loop in your people. So not only do you loop in everybody on your side and all the divisions of the company and everybody you call them champions. So you have your champions of the deal. And then on the other side, they're going to have their legal team. They're going to have their different divisions and people. And that's just a 2-way transaction. This is a multi-way transaction. So I refuse to believe that Ward Manuel was not looped in to the night game situation. I think he didn't maybe carefully read, or maybe he said, I'm going to push this to next year and I'm going to take a nap. I think that's a very real possibility of what happened there. Ward Manuel needs to be fired. And I've said this multiple times on the show. I've said this on Michigan Wolverines Live, which is every Wednesday at 5 p.m. Eastern. But he needs to be fired. Okay, just the contract negotiation stuff with Harbaugh and the fact that President Santa Ono had to go around Ward to negotiate that. That's not great. And that's, if you're in business and the CEO is talking directly to an employee, that middle manager who should be the one talking to the employee, that middle manager should be out shopping their resumes and interviewing, because they're probably not long for this company. And I don't think Ward Manuel is long for the Michigan football program or the Michigan athletic program. Yeah. So there's that. The presidents absolutely knew, because I believe they were signatories on it. The presidents knew. The ADs, I believe, know. Ward is claiming that he didn't know about the night game situation. Dependent Fanatic, one of our longtime viewers, is correctly saying, play the night games, Ward is awful. Yeah. Let's see here. Michael Campbell, our resident Notre Dame Fighting Irishman. Can Georgia flip 5-star wide receiver Jeremiah Smith from Ohio State? That would be interesting, wouldn't it? Let's take a look at 247. I haven't been looking at this one very closely, so I'm going to check the crystal ball, see where we're at. Crystal balls. So he is a hard commit. So that's pretty big. And it looks like every prediction is still Ohio State. He's a hard commit. So they'd have to peel him away. It's possible. But why, if you're a wide receiver, why would you? I mean, Georgia has won 2 titles. But I've said this before with Mark. If you're a wide receiver, you think Ohio State, USC, Tennessee, maybe LSU, right? And I'm probably missing 1 or 2, but you think of a program that has an offensive philosophy that's built on just lobbing the ball downfield and having a deep threat passing game. Georgia does have more of one, and Todd Monken really did, I think, open things up. And Randy Dan Beast is probably going to comment, with the facts, because he's studied this way longer. So I'd love to hear his take on it. Let's see. Antoine, I think Santa will find a good guy. Yeah, Santa. I believe in Santa. No, but Dr. Santa Ono, now president of the Michigan University of Michigan. So when he was coming in, the Cincinnati fans I talked to said, you're going to love this guy. And I think it's I think he's, so far, he's had a good first step, very enthusiastic about athletics, which some of our presidents haven't been in recent past, like Schlissel. Remember him? Yeah, not so great. Exactly right, Daniel. And this is what I said. I don't know, but if there's one program who could peel a wide receiver off from Ohio State, I could see Georgia being that person, especially now that they have Dylan Raiola, as Michael Campbell is mentioning. remember that if you send a super chat, I'm trying to highlight a couple of comments or questions, but if you send a super chat, much more likely to get your comment or question read. Also, a couple other things. I'm just trying to keep up with the chat here. A couple other things to remember when you're shopping Amazon, you're doing your shopping. I recently got a popcorn maker using Mark Rogers' Voice of College Football Amazon link. Bookmark it, save it somewhere, because if you're going to do shopping on Amazon anyway, it takes 2 seconds to click that link. Instead of just typing Amazon.com, it's the same amount of time you're spending either way. And then you go in and, then Mark Rogers gets a couple of bucks. I mean, what's wrong with that? I mean, for what the work that he puts in, those of you, he just interviewed the head coach of West Virginia, Neil Brown. So you guys want to check that out. When you're, maybe when you're having your commute to work or whatever you're doing, maybe you're going jogging. Take a listen to Mark Rogers interviewing the head coach of West Virginia, Neil Brown. And there's some, it does go into some questions about, hey, what's going on, kind of thing. So check it out. Lemansky with another contribution, $10 super chat. Ward Manuel and Gary Barta to retire and buy a timeshare together. Barta sells his share as dispute arises who gets occupancy during holidays. Karma. That could be a Netflix series. Can you imagine that Netflix series with those two? This actually, so this happened. This was a while back on the Big Ten show. We were talking, I think it was with Erica, and I was saying that Dave Brandon was the worst AD in the history of football. And then Erica Goldberg brought up, well, Gary Barta exists. So, yeah, I still think Ward is slightly better than Dave Brandon, but that's an extraordinarily low bar. I like Michigan's chances of winning a natty this year. I do too, Jason. If there's a year where Michigan is actually going to beat a SEC program or USC, it would probably be 2023. Think about it. O-line coming back. You've got the Stanford transfer center. You've got countless transfers and people coming back. 81% returning production. J.J. McCarthy, who Mark Rogers has ranked as the best quarterback in the Big Ten. I think Michigan's chances are pretty decent. I'm not going to say Michigan is going to win, but I'm going to say chances are pretty decent. Although, knowing Michigan, there's a chance it all goes topsy-turvy. So let's all keep good thoughts, those of you who are Wolverines. All right. Oh, thank you to Real MVP for the vote of confidence in Michigan. We can always count on DeReal for the vote of confidence in the Michigan program. Michigan chances are just above 0%. Thank you so much, DeReal, for your contribution. I still think one day you should have a show dedicated to the SEC. Might even be better than Feinbaum's. All right. We have to talk about this. We got to do it. For just a minute, I promise. In one of the shortest tenures in football history, SHEMY Schembechler, son of Bo Schembechler, has resigned as Michigan assistant recruiting director. Because of quite a bit of social media tweets, retweets, likes related to, let's just say, racist things. And you can do the research on your own, but even his own apology alludes to what he said. So read his own apology, and they talk about Jim Crow. There was talk about Jim Crow being a great thing. No, it wasn't. Like, that's objectively false. So I'm not here to debate left or right or anything like that. I'm talking about objectively false things. And he got called for it. And my thing is equally not just about what he said, but this is the University of Michigan, my alma mater. And I'm very proud of my alma mater, but I am not proud of the social media vetting job that they have been doing. And this is 2023. You say one thing, you retweet one thing, somebody's going to find out about it, period. So any big job, any exec job must be thoroughly vetted, especially if your last name is Schembeckler and you're going to have even more scrutiny than normal because of your famous coach father. Michigan needs to step up its vetting process and procedure, period. Let's see here. Georgia has a 3% chance, and that's it, by the way. I'm done with that topic. Georgia has a 3% chance. No, Georgia has something like, I'd say, a 60 to 70% chance. It's high. It's high. I mean, like, think about it. Their quarterback play. Anybody watch the Georgia spring game? They have improved at quarterback. Carson Beck is better, at least from eye test. I'm not going to back that up with stats. I'm talking eye test. He looks better than Stetson Bennett. It's true. Yeah. So I think in the next 2 to 3 years, the Big Ten is going to probably win a natty. And here's why. Things are becoming closer to parity in multiple different aspects. And I think that it's very possible. Look at what happened in 2022. Ohio State, it pains me to say this, Ohio State was winning the game against Georgia for most of the game. Ryan Day called the game of his life. And they were one midnight field goal kick away from facing TCU, who they probably would have beaten, and then they would have won the national championship. Okay? So, also, Michigan was a Blake Corum away because he would have punched in those 2 close touchdown attempts. He would have punched those in for 1, 2, 3 yards. He would have gotten those 2 touchdowns, I believe, with 99% certainty. And then it's a Michigan-Ohio State national championship rematch. Wow. Can you imagine the people's heads exploding? And I think it's just one of those things. And how many years did you think that would be a possibility? Well, it finally happened. It finally was very close to happening. Wow. According to Jason, according to ESPN, Ohio State has a 37% chance to win the Natty with McCord, with a questionable O-line, with a questionable running game, with a defense that has underperformed. I mean, it's possible. It was close last year, but I don't know. I'd have to give Georgia the nod in terms of lead. If it were me, I'd be ranking Georgia the first. Bama, though, no. Bama's not, I don't even think Bama's making the playoff. Bama might lose as many as 3 or 4 football games. Tyler Buckner and Tommy Rees are not the keys to the promised land for Alabama. McCord has better odds at winning. So the reason why McCord has better odds, do you know why? It's because the wide receiver talent at Ohio State is NFL caliber. That's why. It's not because McCord is the best quarterback on the planet. He's probably going to be okay. And his wide receiver talent is going to help him out and make him look really good. Caleb Williams, that guy, that's a once in a lifetime player. I'm sorry, he deserved the Heisman. I know that there were some discussions about other players, Stetson Bennett being one of them. Caleb Williams is the real deal. He could have done that with a kettle and some string, and he could have still been dynamic, I believe. But yeah, that's why. It's because of the wide receiver talent. But the O-line is not that great, and I don't really see where the running game is going to come in. This is the more reasonable take. Listen to Dependent Fanatic for the reasonable take. Georgia 50%, Michigan 25%. I'd even, to be fair, maybe put Michigan a little lower than that, but it's close. OSU 10. Alabama is probably too high at 10 still. I think Alabama's got about a 2 or 3% chance. Who do they have? Yes, they have talent, but who do they have? Like, think about it. First of all, sometimes they've had a deficit in an area or two. And then they make up for it in another area. For example, Lane Kiffin was the offensive coordinator for some quarterbacks that weren't always fantastic. And sometimes some of the weapons weren't great, but Lane Kiffin was a great OC. Sark had some trouble being OC at the Atlanta Falcons, comes to Bama and gets gifted with mac and cheese. Was mac and cheese Sark? Mac and cheese was Sark. AKA Mac Jones. Mac and cheese is his nickname. Mac and cheese. And then you had Najee Harris. You had some ridiculous talent. Devonta Smith. Absurd talent. I remember because Michigan faced that team. Well, see, this is where you get a little into the fan range when you say we all know he's not in JJ's level. I don't know that. See, that's where you got to watch the other side of it because we don't know that. We haven't seen enough. We need to see him in live fire for a full game. We haven't seen that yet. So the comparison as of right now, this second, JJ is far and above because he has the advantage of having an extra year of gameplay. He started every game except Colorado State. So you've got to, I think, to give a fair analysis, you've got to see some games where he's the starting quarterback, playing with all the ones before you make a judgment call on that. Thanks, Darrell. That's great. Alabama's you got Alabama too high. Alabama's too high. Texas is too high. Texas at 5%. Oh my God. Somebody who thinks Texas is going to win the national championship, call in. I'd love to talk. I'm putting the link in one more time to call the show. Otherwise, we're going to wrap maybe a little early tonight. Remember, like, subscribe, and tell a friend. Bring people in. Join our Discord. Join our Patreon. Talk college football all the time. Patreon.com/MarkRogersTV. Tomorrow night, we're going to be doing a special show for the Ohio State Clemson 2019 game. So check it out. Larry Pilgrim's on the line. Hey, Larry.
Hey, John, you're looking a little lonely over there on your couch all by yourself.
Yeah, I don't know. Normally we have a nice little panel. We get people calling in the panel, and I'm like,
there's a lot of people. I know. What's her name? The Iowa fan, Erica.
Yeah, Erica
didn't come in. Darrell usually will come on. I don't know what's going on.
Well, I thought Darrell would come in when we were talking about SEC and Big Ten. That's usually his favorite topic. I did not call in. I did not call in on a vote of confidence of Texas winning the Natty. I'll just right. I was going to say, I don't think you're here to talk Texas.
No, but I think I'm. Can they get over the 8-4 hump?
I don't know. Well, to defend his take about Texas 5%, we do have on the line Darrell MVP is here to talk Texas 5%. How we doing?
We're doing good. How about you?
I'm good. Now we got some callers. Now I was like, we got to get the party started here.
Did I egg you on? Egg you in? There you
I'll
go.
be honest, later, I didn't even know you called in because it takes me a few minutes to set up to call in. So there's about a minute of dead period.
Oh, good. This should be some fire then. Here we go.
Yeah. So,
well, can you catch me up on what you've been saying the last minute?
Well, we were talking about your predictions, and I had no issue with Georgia, and Ohio State, but I started to have an issue when you were starting. First of all, I don't think Bama even has a 10% or I think Bama has probably like a 3%. I mean, Bama. If you've studied Bama and you've looked at what's been happening the last year or two, especially with Tommy Rees being picked as the offensive coordinator and probably Buckner as the quarterback because they want their own Stetson Bennett, apparently. I don't know about that. I don't know, Darrell.
Well, the way I looked at it is those aren't who even I think is going to win. I was just looking at it from a perspective of, Alabama's got Nick Saban. They've got the greatest coach of all time. They've got the most talent of anybody in the entire country.
Sure.
So, and they could lose a game, and they'll still probably be in the college football playoff. So the path also has to matter.
Sure.
So that's why I think that'll impact you with my Texas pick. Texas, in my opinion, has a much easier path than a Michigan to even make the college football playoff or USC to just make it. And that's half the battle, is just making it in there. Well, if I don't expect you to win all your games to make it in there, you've got a few tough games. That can impact your odds. Georgia, the reason I've got them so high is because they don't play anybody outside of Tennessee that's really going to even challenge them this year. Nobody expects it to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is fair.
Real quick, and then we're going to keep on this. But I just bringing in Argraw and Jason Moose have joined the party. Thanks for coming in, guys.
No problem. How's it going?
Good. We're just chatting through Darrell's national championship predictions here.
1%, Darrell? Are you high?
Well, listen. You guys got to play Penn State. You're going to have to play Ohio State, and then you'll probably either have to play
that's going to be a win.
Georgia, and then Alabama, USC. You're going to have to play 3 or 4 really difficult games, and you can't lose. I don't think you can lose a single one of them, and that's going to be very hard. hard road
You
for you
can't
guys.
lose one
Our
game.
only,
if you
our
got
only
playoff,
difficult games are Penn State and Ohio State, and I think we'll win both
but
of
then the
those.
playoffs, you've got to win 2 games as well.
Right.
So those count as hard games you got to win. I'm not saying who's going to make the college football playoff. I'm saying
Yeah, I
who's going
got
to win
you.
the national championship.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that I'd be super high or super confident on placing Michigan there. I'm not saying that's impossible, but obviously they have a path ahead of them where they do have to win some games. Now, truth be told, that schedule on the whole is not very hard. I'm going to say Michigan's schedule is in the Big Ten is the equivalent of Georgia's schedule in the SEC this coming year. It's just not there. But that's not to say that they won't play anybody. Yeah, they have to play Penn State. That's at Penn State. They have to play Ohio State. And then Dario's right. I mean, you then have to go into the playoffs and you got to win. And let's be realistic about this. That's been a challenge for Harbaugh. I'm not talking about playoffs. I mean, I'm talking about postseason in general.
And
Yeah,
that's the hump
we're
we have
going
to get
on.
over.
What is it
We
now?
just
We're
got to
going
get
on
that first playoff win, then we're good. We'll be all right after that.
That's fine. Like I said, though, I mean, it's 6 straight seasons without any sort of postseason win out of Harbaugh. Like, that's not a good look. Again, Michigan's good. Michigan has talent. Michigan's going to win games. Michigan is a very likely candidate to make the playoffs. I'm not going to say it's a guarantee, but certainly they're a likely candidate. But getting there and then winning and then making it to the championship are sort of 2 different things.
Yeah, I'm just asking, can you put us ahead of Texas? Like,
oh my gosh, yeah.
Texas has had one 10-win season in ages.
Penn State doesn't know what the college football playoffs is all about yet, so I don't know why you're talking.
Well, the reason I have Texas,
No, they just know how to win in the postseason now, so there's that.
I think Texas is going to
Bowl
because
games
of the
don't
Big
mean
12.
nothing anymore. It's all about the playoffs. So.
I understand that, but you first got to make it into the college football playoff to have a chance.
Sure.
And I think the Big 12 has a lot of 8-4, 7-5 type teams in there. I don't think they've got anybody that has any real competition talent-wise to Texas. So, I mean, Texas can easily run the table and be the first or second overall seed. I think they only have to play all the way through 2 really, really difficult games. So, if
but
Michigan,
they also lost Bijan. Remember, they lost Bijan.
I understand, but they're still significantly more talented than next best team, maybe outside of Oklahoma.
Yeah, and the one thing you have to look at, and it's very rare that it doesn't happen, is you have to have a really good QB, and if you don't have that, you better have everything else. And so how many teams actually have proven quarterbacks that you can say can do this and then can back it up with some of the other pieces? Georgia can get there based on their schedule, but we're still not sure if they have an elite quarterback. Texas, we do. Quinn Ewers is a good quarterback, and so he's got enough talent around him. And you go to Michigan, they've got a talented quarterback, but if I'm not mistaken, they're going to be shuffling the offensive line, trying to get a bunch of guys acclimated, but they have all the other pieces. Ohio State is going to have an unproven QB. So I remember CJ Stroud lost to really not a great Oregon team in the shoe because you had a rookie, you had a a starting QB with really no experience. And so I think that's going to play a huge role in every conference.
I mean, outside of Alabama, what game is Texas supposed to lose? What game is even supposed to be difficult for them this year?
I mean, they play everyone in the conference because that's the way that they're.
That's not true this year.
It shakes out that, well, there's the expansion, so there is that. But I don't know. Here's the thing about Texas. Every year we hear Texas is back. Mm-hmm. Every year we have super high expectation for Texas. It's almost like Notre Dame, kind of.
Right.
And every year they're in the running, preseason to be the Big 12 champs. And I have it up right now in front of me. Since 1996, they've won the conference championship 3 times. 96, they won it again in 05, they won it again in 09, and they haven't won it since then. It's been Baylor lately, Baylor, Oklahoma, TCU, basically. So it's like, where do you slot Texas in that? There's always that hype every single year with them. It's always they're coming back. Oh, they got big things on the horizon. Oh, well, they're going to change. They're going to change some strategy. They're going to the coaching room's different. Well, they recruited well. We hear it every year, and I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm not saying they can't do it, but it's one of those deals where I've heard it so many times that I'll believe it when I see it. Maybe they can do it, but until they do, I'm not going to put much stock in it.
Oh, I get that. I understand that 100%. I think the difference with Stark is he's actually been building. Like, it's not like he's guaranteed 10 or 2. He went 5-7, then 8-4. So he's having a natural trajectory. And I mean, they've got Quinn Ewers, and if he were to go down, they've got Arch Manning. I mean, I can make a legitimate argument they've got the 2 best quarterbacks in their conference. And I don't know how many times that happened before.
Arch Manning. Trash. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we were all saying the same thing. Arch Manning is not all he's cracked up to be.
And anyways,
yeah, Jason.
Yeah, the 1%, I don't understand that, because at least Michigan has sniffed the college football playoffs the last 2 years. When was the last time Texas won it?
Making it versus winning it are 2 different things. And as I've explained before, you've got to play Penn State, you've got to play Ohio State, and then you're probably going to have to play Georgia, Bama, USC.
Yeah.
2 out of those 3 teams.
When was the last time Texas had a 10-win season? When was the last time?
There was 1 in the last.
My point is your old road to make the playoffs.
But you're giving
is much
Texas a
harder
better
than
chance
Texas.
than Michigan? Come on, dude.
I'm looking at scheduling as a big opponent, because if you don't make it, you have a 0% chance to win it. And I think more times than not, Michigan probably doesn't even make the playoff just because of their schedule this year.
Right. And another thing that people tend to forget about Texas is they used to have a really hard opponent with a really good coach and a bunch of Heisman QBs that they aren't facing anymore. Lincoln Riley took his top-notch QB Heisman winners, and so now who's going to stand in Texas's way? The last time, so that's the thing here is Oklahoma.
That's a fair point. That's a good point. But on the other hand, Lincoln Riley wasn't there last year, so you think, oh, Stark, hey, he's got a shot at this. Here comes TCU. And if it's not, if it wasn't TCU, every once in a while, more, lately, Baylor can put a run together.
I was going to say Baylor to answer the question of what are the seemingly tougher teams. How about Baylor? They've won some games recently. Baylor's a good team. They're a good program. They were a good program a decade ago or so, and then all of a sudden they took a little bit, like talking 2013, 14. Then they took a little bit of a nosedive because of the sort of the scandal that broke out, and as a result, they had to rebuild. Well, guess what? Here comes Matt Roll. He rebuilds it, and then they're good again. So, I mean, Baylor, it's not like they're just sitting there idly. They have the potential to be a threat, and there's no reason why they couldn't compete and knock off of Texas.
Yeah, but Baylor, I'm not sure if you saw them last year. I was not impressed at all with their bowl game against Air Force. I mean, Air Force completely obliterated them.
So you have to you have your TCUs, your Baylors, your West Virginias, and your Kansas States who are going to be, they rotate. Those are the types of teams that take those freshmen and takes them 3 to 4 years. And so they have to get to the upperclassmen before they start competing in their own conference. How many guys did TCU lose? I mean, TCU is losing so much next year. And Baylor's the same type.
They lost 8 players to draft.
Baylor's, they're going to be in their 2nd year, so they're going to be a little bit better. Yeah. Baylor's going to be, it's going to take Baylor another, I'd say in 2 years, they're going to be kind of at the top of the conference again. And then let's see if they can sustain it through recruiting. But they're a development upperclassman. So is TCU. You know, and there's those type of programs that it takes them a while to develop what they get in, and they just don't have the depth. And if they lose guys, then it gets even worse. And Baylor's in that situation as well. I mean, they're bringing in a new QB. So who's bringing back Dylan Gabriel? I think Kansas State and Kansas. I mean, what quarterbacks are coming in that you can say, oh, that guy's gonna go light somebody up in the Big 12? The 4 new teams coming in are not a threat, in my opinion.
So there's some talk in chat about Florida State, and people are calling. So it's Bilal, and he comes in every now and then, a big Ohio State Buckeye fan, and he does. And I actually was kind of tossing around the idea of Florida State based on their quarterback situation, based on who they're bringing back. I've been listening to the Florida State show on Voice of College Football that follows the Michigan Wolverines live. And from what it looks like, Florida State might be in a good position to win the ACC, or at the very least compete. So they
Mike
could.
G,
What do we think about them?
See, Mike G's in the chat. What's up, Mike G?
Yeah, Mike G's been hanging out the whole he's been coming in. Oh,
That's
yeah,
my
Mike
dude
G.
right there.
Yeah, Mike G.
Florida State. Yeah,
Florida
I
State.
agree. LSU is going to be, if they can't get past LSU, I'm not sure that's going to help them. That's a bigger game than Clemson, in my opinion.
Right. It goes back to the scheduling. They're going to have to beat LSU once, and then they're probably going to have to beat Clemson twice to make it in.
Well, Darrell, I will say this. You mentioned, I think it's funny because, a lot of times people have talked about Michigan's schedule in the negative, as in it's super easy. And I think you might be one of the first non-Michigan people to say, oh, actually, it's a little challenging because Penn State's going to be a top 7 opponent, probably. Ohio State's going to be a top 5 opponent, probably.
Well, don't misconstrue what I'm saying. I mean, overall, you got a pretty easy schedule, John.
Okay.
At the very top, you've got 2 difficult opponents. After that, you've got nobody else.
Okay. I just want to be clear. That's okay.
Like, you could
I just don't see how we're going to lose when we got 81% of our production coming back. I just don't see it. And everybody we got in the portal, too.
I mean, for the most part, it's certainly a favorable schedule to Michigan, other than 2 marquee matchups. And
there's a chance. There's always a chance.
Real's right about that, but I mean, who's to say though? I mean, you are playing.
I just don't see it though.
Well, I'm saying, who's to say you are playing? In the East, for example, and it's not as if obviously you have to play Penn State and Ohio State, but
right.
Look at Maryland.
Maryland
is not a team that you should sleep on.
No.
They're a fairly good match to Michigan.
I think Maryland's going to be worse this year. That's my opinion. I think they'll be lucky.
They could. I mean,
I got them at 6
well, could be. They could be. That could be the situation. That could be the case. However,
mainly because they lost so many 4-stars to the transfer portal. They lost a lot of 4-stars. So
right, and again, maybe that's the case. Maybe they don't put up that kind of fight this year. But then again, it's hard to say. I mean, Ohio State would have laughed at Purdue a few years ago, and
yeah, you're right. You never know
what happened.
You never know how they're playing that day.
Yeah, so it's one of those deals where if a team matches up with you well, and they're typically a good team, not top level, but good. That's not a team that you look at and you walk in with a ton of confidence and say, yeah, there's no way we're going to lose that. However, I mean, you can be confident. I would be confident that, yeah, Michigan's probably going to win that game, but that's not to say that you should sleep on that. So that could be a surprise loss that you're just not thinking about or counting on. Again,
I don't think Michigan's going to sleep on Maryland this year. I don't think we're going to sleep on Maryland this year after what happened last year.
I hope not, because there is truth to the September Maryland meme.
Yes,
there's truth to it, and then I think something with their strength and conditioning has been shaky in the past, and they go from beating teams like a Texas to then, kind of more mediocrity later in the season. But they have had bursts of being legit. My issue is with Gaddis as OC. Now, granted, Loxley's still going to be, I think, a huge part of that offense. But Gaddis will be, I'm sure, coaching one of the maybe wide receivers position group. If Michael Wheatley's in, he'll know. But he usually coaches wide receivers, and then OC. That we'll have to have another debate on who's calling the plays. Because if you remember that went on for like 2 years. Who called the plays in Alabama? Was it Gaddis? Was it Loxley? But Gaddis, as a watcher of Michigan for a long time, and looking at the Gaddis offense in 2019 and 2020, until Harbaugh kind of took back and installed Stanford offense in 2021. But those 2 years, wide receivers were undisciplined. I don't think we made the best out of talent, the 4 and 5 star talent. And when you're dealing with Maryland, I think it's a better fit than Miami. I think it's a better fit for Gaddis than Miami, but it's a question mark.
I have the schedule up in front of me right now for Michigan this coming season.
Okay.
Like I said, obviously you have Maryland, so we sort of covered that.
Well, I'll blow it up. I'll put it up on the screen here.
Good idea. Now I'm looking at.
I think
Michigan
will beat her by 4 touchdowns.
I'm looking at the first 4 games. I'm not seeing any kind of issue. Those should be easy wins. It's East Carolina, UNLV, Bowling Green, and Rutgers. Like, that should not be any kind of issue at all for Michigan. However, the one that to me is a little intriguing is at Nebraska. I think that Michigan should definitely win that. But again, do you think that that's one of those possibilities where they're going to walk into Nebraska, a new Nebraska under new leadership, and one that wasn't necessarily what their record said? They had a lot of very tough, close losses last year. Could that be one? Again, I think Michigan's definitely going to be the favorite. Michigan should probably win that, but it's one of those deals. Did they maybe catch them napping? Maybe they're looking at that kind of thing.
They could overlook them. I don't think it's going to happen, but I mean, we'll see.
Yeah. And remember, Jeff Sims is still a question. Like, we don't really know how Jeff Sims is going to gel with this new Nebraska offense. I think with respect to, like, when he's playing against live opponents, I just don't know yet. I think it's going to take 2 years. I think that Vegas FanDuel had it on the money at 6 as the over under. I think they're going to hit a bowl.
2 years to compete.
I don't think they're going to be able to beat Michigan in year 1 of a gut job rebuild.
No.
But is it possible? Sure.
Yeah.
Scott Frost almost did it.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. If Frost can almost pull something like that off, who's to say that someone who is much better, like a Matt Roll, couldn't somehow, like I said, catch him the right. Again, Michigan, they're going to be the better team, the more talented team. They're going to be set up in a much better position. But again, that's one of those deals where that could be one of those games, just one of those games. The matchup is right. Maybe some bounce of ball favors him, that kind of thing. Harkening back, like I said, to the idea of like Purdue just beating up on Ohio State. No one saw that coming, but yet it happened. It's possible that one of those things could happen. So yeah, I think Michigan is favored in a lot of these games, and they should be, but that's not to say that it's going to be a lock.
They're favored in all the games, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think now that they're probably the favorite.
Well, no game is ever locked. You have to go out there and play, and you have to win.
Got to go out and play. I mean, look what happened with Illinois last year. Yeah, that was that came right down to the wire, and just glad Michigan had the best, probably the best kicker in their history.
Yeah, a million injuries though too. Yeah, a million injuries too.
So yeah, just going down the schedule to your point. I mean, okay, here you go with probably 2 likely dubs. Indiana, Michigan State is still a rivalry game, so you do have to throw out the book a little bit on that one, because I mean, there's been years that like 2016, Michigan expected to crush and only won by 9. So although there was a last minute touchdown that D'Antonio tried to go for 2, even though there's very little chance of them coming back at that point. But yeah, so there you do have to throw out the book a little bit, but I think that the disparity in talent is so great. It's so great this year. People leaving Michigan State, their quarterback leaving, some of their best talent all over the field leaving. They're in trouble. So I don't know about that one. Purdue, I don't know about.
I agree, Antoine. I believe also that Illinois had a better defense than Ohio State that year.
Yeah. Illinois did have one of the best defenses in the league. Statistically, for a time, it was the number 1 statistical defense in the country. I'm pretty sure that Georgia overtook them in the end, and Michigan was probably up there in Iowa. But I would agree with you. I think that they did have a better defense for that 1 year. They really lucked into a situation, Brett Bielema did, where he had a generational running back talent, some key talents on defense. I mean, look at where they went in the NFL draft. So I don't know about that. So we get to the tough. These are some like we've been saying, the last 3 games, and I'm even going to put Maryland in here. The last 3 games, you got Penn State at Beaver Stadium, never easy. And even if look, there's been years at Beaver. I wouldn't put it in the same realm as Iowa's stadium, where statistically the night games, good luck. But I still think that home field advantage at Beaver Stadium is something. And if Penn State does gel and they get Drew Aller working and they get the run game working in conjunction with everything else, then that one could be a really tight ball game to the end. And it has, Penn State has played Michigan extremely close in past years. We only have to think of the Cade McNamara to Eric All connection. Michigan was losing that game 2 years ago until close to the very end. So it could happen again. Ardra, what's your take as a Penn State fan? What are kind of the keys other than Drew Eller, working, which is, I think, still we've got to see more. What do you think needs to happen for Penn State to pull off that victory?
Offensive line.
Okay.
It's the offensive line that I've said it before. That has been the Achilles heel of the teams under Franklin. It's been the O-line, and I'll give credit where credit's due for, like, let's say Sean Clifford, who, like I said before, we were all very happy for him. Sure. With the Rose Bowl and whatnot, because he went out on top. Good for him. But there's a lot of people that were saying, okay, maybe we need to move on from this guy. But in fairness to him, it wasn't all him. He had an offensive line that had some issues. And again, that happened to be the problem for a lot of the teams under Franklin for just about every year that he's been there. You have good running backs. Think about it. You had Saquon Barkley, got Miles Sanders. You have 2 excellent running backs at the same time in the backfield as well, but they're only going to be as good as the people in front of them that are opening up holes. That's a big reason why you had such excellent running backs, but then they go up against Michigan last season and really don't do anything. You go look at the other games, they did great. They ran over everyone. Well, a lot of that goes down to the offensive line. They need to step up and they needed to play better. Now, offensive line is going to have a lot more experience coming into the season. That's definitely a perk. That's a plus. I think maybe with more experience with the running backs, plus maybe Aller in there again. If he gels, if he meshes, it's going to help to complement the offensive line a little bit better, and that should make things a little bit easier for the offense. But I think that's where it's going to go down to. It's going to be the trenches, and that happens to be where Michigan is pretty good. They're good in the trenches, and that's where they got a lot of their success at throughout the course of the year. So for Penn State to win that game, and they certainly could win that game, especially with have home field advantage, I think that play is really more than anything else going to go down to that defensive line.
What about D line and stopping the two-headed monster of Blake Corum and Donovan Edwards? Because that was a big Achilles heel last year. So what do you think needs to get shored up there, just to try to? You don't have to. I mean, I'm sure that Franklin's game plan is, and Manny Diaz they're not trying to. They know that they're not going to completely stop them, because it's impossible. But what they could do is contain them for long enough that Penn State can just keep ahead on the scoreboard.
Right. And I honestly, with the defensive line for Penn State, after that, actually, maybe I can pull it up on the schedule. After that sort of happened, you saw that defense really hunker down, and they ended up playing some excellent defense the back half of the year. In fact, they were holding their opponents to less points per game than what Iowa's defense was. So they really, whatever it was that they needed to do, whatever it was that they needed to fix, it seemed like they did that. And that translated, that carried into the postseason. When they played Utah in the Rose Bowl, Utah wasn't so hot. They were not doing that great. In fact, they ended up scoring, realistically, 3 scores. The last one was garbage time, put in your third string, with like 5 minutes left, that kind of thing. So they held them. Or I'm sorry, no, they held them to 14. It was that 21. So that last score, it was just a matter of them putting in the scrubs.
Now, hold on. I'm a Utah fan.
I was gonna say, I knew Larry was gonna chime in here.
Utah didn't have
You know that the offense
defense.
that scored was the second string. You had the second string quarterback in there.
Yep.
You had the third string tight ends. You had the second. Actually, our running back was our third string quarterback. Wow. So you gotta when you're saying garbage time, they were down to backups on offense.
Well, when I say garbage time, I'm not saying the Utes were garbage. I'm saying when I say garbage time, it's the end of the game. You don't have you've had your starters out for quite a while. You've got your third stringers in there, that kind of thing. That's what I'm referring. I'm not saying Utah was a garbage team. They were a good team.
No. I didn't take it that way. I took it as you guys, your backups to your backups allowed a score, and I'm like, that was my reference. Was our backups scored on your backups. So is that garbage? I guess it's a preview of next year's team, right?
Like I said, when typically people use the term garbage, they mean it's the end of the game. You don't necessarily care per se so much, that's what it's getting at. Utah certainly has a good program with talent. I mean, they were able to win the pack, and good for them.
And Penn State, I agree with you. It was evident in the Rose Bowl, your guys' offensive line, because Utah, everybody on that offensive line, we were missing one of our starting DNs, but those were all sophomores. And if it wasn't for Sean Clifford and he's a shifty guy, but they were getting through, and Sean Clifford was making some plays. And so I agree with you. The trenches were not very strong in the Rose Bowl.
Yeah.
But one of the things, though, I guess, was Nick Singleton was able to make it work regardless of the offensive line. So, I mean, again, there you go. If Nick Singleton is able to, and not even him, a lot of Katron Allen too, because that tandem is just unreal. Get Katron out maybe in the flat, wing routes, get him the ball pass, that kind of thing. That's definitely going to go a long way. That's going to help. But that, like I said, that defense, me saying how they sort of tightened up the back half of the season, they held Indiana 14. Maryland, they blanked. They did not score at all. Maryland rather didn't score on them. They held Rutgers to 10. They held Michigan State to 16. So they, it was they really hunker down.
To
Same
help
with
Michigan to
Minnesota.
41.
After
Yeah, that was the one crack in the armor.
How many yards did we run for that game? 418, I think it was.
Yeah, 18. But that,
that's
you know,
incredible.
those things happen, and you adjust. And to Argaraw's point, they adjusted after that game. So just to finish off on the schedule. So obviously we talked Maryland already. I will say I've been to that stadium. It's something. It is an experience. A lot of the Michigan DC fans will travel to College Park because Michigan has a lot of alum in DC alumni. So that happens. So when you think home field advantage, well, actually, it's almost like a second big house in some ways because you have a ton of DC Michigan fans, but Maryland was I think it's probably, I would call that a Michigan dub, but you know, I wouldn't sleep on that team ever at least with Tully as quarterback. And finally, Ohio State. And this is the one there is a chance that both teams are 11-0. And they come in, it could be another 11-0 versus 11-0, but somebody may drop a game to a Penn State, very possible. But then you have this game at the end of the year, which tends to decide championships, tends to decide who's in the playoffs. It has for the last few years. So thoughts on that one, Ohio State versus Michigan at the Big House. What do we think?
I've got some thoughts.
Yes.
John, how come Michigan's favored when they're not the more talented team? Ohio State has been the more talented team. I understand Michigan's won 2 in a row, but for this year, that doesn't matter at all.
Michigan's favored by 1. Michigan's favored by 1 at home, and they beat Ohio State the last 2 years and won the Big Ten championship.
2 Big Ten championships in a row. That's why we're favored.
Last year's stuff has nothing to do with this year, okay?
1 point.
And they're not wins either. They're
1.2 minutes.
They're not close.
Ohio State has the better roster top to bottom from a talent perspective. They should be favored.
That's your opinion. I think it's close. So.
It is closer than usual, but it's like last year. Michigan throughout the year is going to have to prove to me on the football field that they were the better team. And John, give me credit for it because I called in, what was it, halfway through the season, I said Michigan looks like the better team.
Yep.
So I'm willing to go and say, hey, Michigan looks better. I think they're going to win the game.
Yep.
But I'm going to go with the more talented team from what the ranking says and all the hype around the players say until we actually see games on the field.
You said Michigan has to prove it on the field. Didn't they prove it the last 2 years when they beat Ohio State? I don't understand.
Last year they proved it because they played better. This year is a different year, okay?
And not just last year. The last 2 years they beat them pretty bad.
So by this argument, should we just cancel the season and claim Georgia's going to be the national champion since they've won it the last 2 years in a row?
They're definitely there's definitely a high chance they could win another one just because of what they got.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, hasn't Michigan on their blue chip ratios, haven't they really jumped up quite a bit in the last few years when it comes to their blue chip ratio? I mean, you can look at composite, okay, these guys are 0.94, these guys are 0.90, but that's still blue chip ratio. How much has your blue chip ratio gone up, John, in the last few years on your roster, which would be 4 and 5 stars?
Well, currently it's at 44%. I have to go back and look where it's been. I think it's kind of held in that percentage for a little while. I think you would look at it as you get to 2024 and you look at the recruiting class. I think that's when you'll start to see an uptick more so.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. 2024 is you got Jaden Davis, you got a lot of 4-star talent as well. And currently the 2247 ranked number 1 in the nation, unless that has been overtaken. Somebody can correct me. but pretty sure it's still the case.
You can't even look at those things in May. They're
I know.
Half those kids are going to be going somewhere else here in 3 months when they, especially with NIL now.
Yeah,
That's a fair point.
That is a fair point.
That's sort of like, I always get a kick out of recruiting classes that are like 2 and 3 years out. Someone's like, we just landed this person, this commit, they're coming to our university. Well, what are they? Well, they're starting their sophomore year. It's like, okay, yeah, all right. Like that's the kind of thing. I think people put a lot of stock in things that they're kind of their chickens before they hatch, essentially. They're putting a lot of stock in things that are way far off. And that's a good point about, like, transfer portal, things like that. We don't know how things are going to shake out. There's going to be a lot of things that change between,
Exactly, Antoine. I don't understand why the real things Ohio State's going to be better when they just lost C.J. Stroud. They lost a bunch of other people to the draft.
Yeah, McCord would have to crush it. McCord
we don't
would
even
have
know
to
if
crush
McCord
it.
is going to be any good. Yeah, they have a quarterback issue in Ohio State right now.
Sure, but to his point, they still have plenty of talent. I mean,
Yes.
their wide receiver core is
let's just go by this. Ohio State had more talent the last 2 years. How'd that help them in the Michigan game?
It didn't help them in the Michigan, but at that point in time, over the course of the season, I felt like Michigan had proven on the field that they were better. Because if you looked at the common opponent matchups, Michigan was doing much better than Ohio State was doing against them similar teams. So if that happens this year, then I'm going to say Michigan wins. But if Ohio State has more talent and they're doing better against similar teams, then I'm going to think they're going to win the game. And I think
go ahead.
I think the team that has the more talent should be favored until we actually start playing games. I think Michigan's better at developing players above their stature compared to Ohio State. And I think that's the reason they've won the last 2 years. But I don't know how consistent you're able to do that year in and year out.
Your point of going to the stars and then looking at the field performance and adjusting, I completely get it. We do have 2 super chats we've got to honor. Nick 999. Like God breathed life into Adam, Bucknut tears breathe life into me. I just can't get enough. In fact, I inject Bucknut tears on the daily in my arm with a turkey baster because I can't get enough. And of course, we have to read those super chats as is. Erica, $5. Is DeReal rooting for Texas because they're going to be in the SEC soon? Lol, no offense, just being 100. DeReal, I'm gonna ask you that.
Oh yeah, I mean, clearly, I'm just the biggest Texas and Oklahoma fan this side of the Mississippi River. I mean, nobody has been talking more about Texas football than me as of recently, John. I mean,
but to my point, DeReal, here's my point. If I'm voting on on these lines and who's favored, if I'm looking at the last 2 years, I'm like, well, Michigan has completely crushed this team 2 years in a row, whether they got more talent or not. Why the hell would I put Ohio State to be favored at home in Ann Arbor against Michigan the next year after they got completely embarrassed at home? That's what I don't understand.
If it was like the professionals and you've got the same similar group of players, I would kind of get that. But the point is, you've got a brand new recruiting class and you've got changes on staff. And there's just so many variables that change. And these are kids as well. I mean, these are 20-year-old athletes. Things change drastically from year to year. And just to say, well, they did it last year, therefore they did it this year. Ask Alabama how that turned out when they played Tennessee. You just can't go based on previous year's results.
So I do want to jump in because we have been talking Ohio State a lot. We do have an Ohio State Buckeye perspective calling in. Alex Martin is calling into the show. Alex, welcome back.
Hello, sir. How are you, John?
I'm good. I'm sure you've been hearing. We've been talking Ohio State, Michigan being favored by 1 point at the Big House. Would love to hear your take on this.
We have 4 components that have to be dealt with. outside of those four components, let's say the four components don't get dealt with. I will say this easily because I'm an honest person. Michigan is definitely the better team. Dare I say Michigan is probably the best team in the country. I don't think there's really that big of a debate. I think anyone who's honest about Georgia, no disrespect to Georgia fans, they're brilliant at conditioning. They will outlast any team on the planet. That's why they win. I think a lot of people miss on that. But Michigan's the best complete team. It's just what it is. I mean, they're just the most complete team. If we have four things completed, then we have a chance to contend with, if not, maybe beat Michigan. But we have to do with those four things. And outside of that, right now, we're not the best team in the well. We're not the best team in the land.
What are the four things again?
The things are this. One, we've got an O-line where we've got a member of the O-line that a lot of people are talking about, like Kurt Barton from Scoop, like Fryer. Josh Fryer is an absolute liability. He's not a good O-lineman. They're trying to help him out. He needs to be gotten rid of. The rest of the O-line has to improve and get strong within 4 months' time. Is that going to happen? That's prayer. McCord is not, I do not care what people say, a good quarterback. He's not. He does not have an it. You know who has an it? Devin has an it. Okay. Devin is so aggressively anxious to be a quarterback because he's a leader and he wants to be doing, helping the team out. Devin will be a great quarterback. He needs to be given a chance. McCord, absolutely not. So McCord out, Fryer out. And then I'm always bashing these two running backs because no one else will in the Buckeye world. But Travion and Mayan cannot find their own space to save their lives. They cannot find their own space ever. We've got four amazing backs. Even though the kings of juking are both Donovan and Blake, I mean, they're the best jukers I've seen running back-wise in decades. You get in their face, they're going to walk right by you. However, sheer speed, sheer hitting, and evading, we've got Dallin Hayden and Chip Trainham, and they are mind-blowing. They're a really great running back. So if we play Travion and Mayan, if we play or play McCord, and or don't fix the O-line, I think it's going to be scary and really scary. Go ahead. Sorry.
I just want to ask you one question.
Sorry, man. Go ahead.
What do you see in Chip and in Hayden? Like what?
And in Chip. The thing about it, I think a lot of people miss one. Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of people miss a lot of the practices, and they also, I don't think, zeroed in on the spring game. Chip is psychotically fast. Now, Chip isn't a big deal because he's gone in a year. We get 1 year out of him, and he's done. Dallin is a very complete running back. He reminds me of what Jordan Lyle will be. Like, Jordan Lyle will be probably the best running back in a long time. The guy's a complete package. Dallin's got the same thing. He can evade. He sees people coming at him. He can evade. He can juke. He's really quick. He makes space. He can hit people. He's very fast. He's just a very complete back. Chip is blindingly quick. He scares people when he hits them. He's a really ferocious guy. I mean, we have great running backs is what I'm saying. Great running backs. The two running backs we have, Travion Henderson and Mayan Williams. And a lot of Michigan fans are honest about this, and they're right. They're not good running backs. They're just not good running backs. They're not. That's the end of the story. They stink as running backs. They're great receivers. Give them a ball in an open space. They can score. Great. That's not a running back, But sorry, more to your question. You were saying something about you were saying which back and why. Is that what you're saying, or?
Yeah, just like what are some of the things that you see in Chip?
With Chip, what did you see? Well, I could ask anyone on this panel, including you, John. What did you guys see about Chip? Have you seen anything from Chip at all, or?
I mean, yeah, he.
Yeah, right. What are your opinions about him? Absolutely, share them.
He seems pretty fast.
He's really fast. Go ahead. What else? I mean, yeah, he's fast. Go ahead. He can find a lot of space quickly. I mean, he's just.
He seemed to be working well against Michigan. 83 yards. That's he definitely had a decent game there. But what was he put in because there were some injuries in the running game?
Right.
I guess there's some type of evaluation going on with Ryan Day on down, right, that they still are putting these others ahead.
Wait, why? John, can I ask you something?
Good. Jump into real. Yeah.
You said something. I think that just kind of passed by everybody. Did you say Michigan was clearly the best team this year? Not in just the Big Ten.
I
but in
truly
all of
believe
college
this.
football?
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm an honest guy because I honestly want my team to
Come
win. I'm not going to, play games. Absolutely. Michigan's by far the best team in the country, way better than Georgia.
By far.
Georgia is
So it's not even close between them and Georgia or Alabama or USC. It's just Michigan's head and shoulders.
Michigan
I'm
is
not gonna
definitely
go
the
that
best
far.
complete team.
I'm not going that
Absolutely.
far.
Awesome.
Not even a question.
Definitely the best. Well, my, really?
And I mean, I don't think there's a question.
This gotta be
Georgia,
some type of
But I
joke.
think they're a top 3 team for sure this year.
I just think Georgia's all what do you call it? They're all conditioning. If you see their practice and stuff, they're running like 2 hours a practice session. They're constantly running. Their conditioning is the best. They can outlast any team no matter how bad they play, and that's how they win. And that's the key to Georgia. I know they're not a good team talent-wise.
Georgia is. I don't understand. That's just part of depth. That's part of having a great team is your depth. And if Georgia's able to outlast everybody, that's part of the sport.
No, I didn't mean outlast in terms of depth. I mean lungs. Each player has lungs that other players in college football don't. Trust me, they don't have a
Listen,
lungs.
I haven't done an X-ray scan on every single player in the country. Okay, I don't know. I don't have that medical data.
I'm saying lungs.
Get on this. Come on now.
I'm sorry, but Georgia.
I'm saying lungs running.
Georgia, Alabama talent they've recruited over the last years compared to Michigan. I mean, just to say they're clearly far and away the best team.
If you took the conditioning element, I will say. Well, to your point, Daryl, I would say this, Daryl. If I were to take Amazi Smith versus any one of the great D linemen or linebackers of Georgia, I would pick Mazi any effing day. Mazi Smith was an actual talent, like he was really good. Like he didn't, whether he had lungs or not. You see what I'm saying? Like Georgia doesn't have significantly talented players. They're just well conditioned. That's my opinion. That's what I believe.
They had the number 1 pick recently overall in the draft in Jalen Carter, who was a defense.
Because he's huge and he can run really well. I mean, that's my opinion. It's not a fact.
He's going to be a bust. I guarantee.
They're just being able to wear people down over the course of time. I think that's just really disrespectful to how dominant they've been.
It may be disrespectful, and I'm sorry to do that, but that's my.
Carter had 3 sacks all year. He's nobody.
I'm a little confused about the whole. Like, I get it, yeah, condition and whatnot. I understand that end of it, but I don't know why you are selling your own team so short.
Because I'm not one of those. Because I actually want my team to win. I'm not concerned.
But what I'm saying is, like, I watched that playoff game, and it wasn't like Georgia just wore them down. I mean, it took a late injury by a star receiver in a missed field goal. Like, if I were you, I would think to myself, you know what? Yeah, their conditioning is good, but that doesn't mean other teams aren't, including my own team, meaning you, Ohio State, because they obviously were able to hang with them. It took a
absolutely. No. That was the one game where I think we showed what we can do, and we can hang with someone like Georgia. Absolutely. I'm just saying that Georgia's secret to me is conditioning. I know it is. I saw their practices and I was floored. But Ohio State's a good team, and we were a good team last year, whatever. I just think today the complete team is Michigan. Michigan is a complete team, and their talent.
Done to show their completeness. What exactly?
Just watch them. Just watch them play.
Losing to TCU, that's pretty complete. To
okay, all right. So
well, here's my take on Michigan. Here's my take on Michigan. They did what we do. We do well, and Michigan did it well. We're great. We'll be fine. We'll make it through this game. Sometimes teams will wake you up, right? And that's what happened. It didn't wake Michigan up. It didn't wake us up, but we lost, and you guys lost too. But I don't think it makes Michigan a bad team. They just lost to TCU that was on fire. TCU was on fire. Anyways, but back to anybody's points.
They had TCU had a Cinderella year, an unexpected year.
Let's keep it 100.
They had a 1-year wonder. I do not think they're going to have nearly the success, and they capitalized on every single mistake. And yes,
right, John.
Michigan made.
The real talking about talent. Michigan has way more talent than TCU.
John's 100% right, but I think the issue is if Michigan is this complete unstoppable juggernaut, you think they should easily get by a team like TCU regardless of every single mistake going against them.
But you can go to sleep. You can go to sleep, and that's what they did. They went to sleep. That's it.
Well, that
They just
doesn't
went to
make them a
sleep.
complete team if they've got a pretty
It
severe
does. They
weakness
went to
in
sleep.
not respecting their opponents.
Well,
You
they
throw
were
two
complete.
pick sixes and see if you can win a football game.
Even a complete team can go to sleep sometimes. I mean, look
Yep.
at what happened in the game, and look at what happened against Purdue, and look at the run game. Look at JJ connecting with the wide receivers and actually getting that working for once in those two games. The defense and Jesse Minter being one of the highly ranked defensive coordinators in the country. The defense statistically was one of the highest in the country. So I guess when you say complete, we're talking about offense, defense, and special teams all operating at a top cylinder. And yes, you can still have a game like TCU, even when that's the case. I think that's the
Absolutely.
idea.
Absolutely.
Right.
Okay.
But this idea that they're just head and shoulders over everybody else.
They are.
Georgia over the
Sure.
last few
What's
years
another
has gone
team? What's another team better than
29-1,
Michigan?
Has won
What's another
back-to-back
team?
national
Yeah.
championships.
I'm
And the
not
only
saying
game
they're
they
head and
lost was
shoulders
to the runner-ups in Alabama in 2021. I just don't see how you can say it, especially to a team who hasn't won a playoff game.
Yeah, I will say Georgia. I'll stack Georgia, just being very fair as a Michigan fan. I'm going to put Georgia up there. I don't know
Georgia's
exactly.
number one until proven otherwise.
I think because they won the last two, and I watched that spring game. Carson Beck is going to surprise people.
Yes.
He is a really good quarterback.
Yeah.
Well,
and that's what I'm worried about.
They have a new offensive coordinator too at Georgia, so
Yeah, Beck looked pretty good. I don't think he's elite though. He's good though.
Well, if we just take them out of the equation, Georgia out of the equation, because we're sort of talking about Michigan.
Georgia
Absolutely.
doesn't need an elite quarterback though. They just need a good quarterback.
Let's just take them out of the mix. The claim wasn't just Michigan's the best. The claim that was being made is they are without a doubt heads and shoulders above everyone else. I don't think that that's necessarily a fair assessment. Even if you take, let's say, Georgia out of the equation, I know that I just got done saying
That's fair. That's fair. How about this? They're the best team, but not heads and shoulders. Okay.
Was what one of the things I was going to bring up was 24/7 Sports. They're obviously we are very far out, but their preseason ranking, the way that they do it is cumulative points. They have them ranked second, Michigan, at 141 points, with Ohio State right on their heels, third at 137. That's not heads.
Can I say something? Can I just say something about Ohio State really quickly and Michigan? For the first year, honestly, I think we have probably one of the all-time great teams, but those four components are so bad that if we are messing with those four components, we're going to mess ourselves up. And Day is a brilliant guy, but really too nice. He's too effing nice. That's his problem. He doesn't come off like that. That's what he's doing in the back room. He's too effing nice. He's got to play his best players, and he doesn't do that. But if we do that, honestly, I will say that this is the first year in probably, I don't even know how long, maybe going back to the 80s, where we really significantly have a team, that's going to be very surprising and probably one of the most talented teams we have ever had in the history of Ohio State. I'm telling you, we are that good right now. Our O-line looks like absolute, whatever, but I really feel give it 4 months with the talent we have, we're going to have a decent O-line with a decent quarterback, and those two running backs not playing. Our D has I don't know if you guys watched the spring game of Ohio State. Our D was insane, and our D is going to be really good this year. So I believe that this could be actually a year where we blow people away, and we're probably one of the top teams in the country, if not maybe the top. But right now, Michigan is the best. We could be the best in decades. Okay, sorry. Yeah.
I was going to say, to your point about you're talking about the defense with the spring ball game, wasn't like the score of that game like 40-something to 40-something? Like that's
the defense won. Oh no! You're right. It wasn't huge. It wasn't a huge thing. But if you just watch them play, anyone that likes defense or whatever, the game of football, they were amazing. Do you think? What are your thoughts on how the defense played? You can say they suck, but I thought they were amazing.
No,
amazing.
I'm not saying they suck. I can't give an honest assessment on them, especially based off a spring game, because it's a spring game, and again, they gave up 40 points. You know what I mean? But I'm not going to put much stock into it because it's a spring game. There's very little you can take away from that.
Guys, so I have one final topic, and then we're gonna cut it. Here's so this is the segment that I'm introducing a new segment to wrap our show up. It's called "I Didn't Hear No Bell," and as everybody remember that from Rocky or South Park, I didn't hear no bell.
Rocky
wrap,
5?
yeah, Rocky 5.
Wait, no, it was Rocky. I can't remember. I'm a big Rocky fan. I can't remember.
Yeah, it was Rocky 5. It was the
It
street
was
fight.
probably Morrison one.
Yeah. So to wrap all of our conversation the last 4 hours up in a bow, we started off, Mark started off, and then I also did, talking about the media issues, the situation with Kevin Warren, the deal that was negotiated, and now Fox is owed at least $65 million and probably more. Do we think that Kevin Warren left the Big Ten better than he found it?
No.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Let's start with Jason, who said no. Why do you think so?
We're now 65 million in debt. Well, on the flip side, yeah. Is he responsible for getting that contract, the big contract with everybody?
Yeah, I mean, he executed the contract. He negotiated it with the networks, the conference, the presidents, and clearly left some things.
I think in the long haul, yes,
yeah.
he did. He did set us up better than leaving. Yeah, in the long haul, I think so.
Definitely.
In 10 years, are they going to worry about any of the debt, or they're going to be the Big Ten's going to be happy they got the USC and UCLA?
Yeah,
I thought it was 40 million that was owed because it was the I don't know if that had to do with the championship game or what. Wasn't it 40 million? Or was it something different?
So it was 40 million because they promised the 2026 Big Ten title game to NBC, and they didn't have the authorization to do that. So Fox is owed 40 million according to ESPN for that, and then 25 million for the COVID 2020 inventory.
Oh, okay. So that's also from a prior season is what you're okay. That ended if I didn't.
And yeah. I said no, John.
Okay.
And I'll give you my I'll give you mine, and I can give this for the SEC as well.
Okay.
It's the fan bases. It's not your commissioner. It's the TV views that get the money. It's not your commissioner. He didn't bring USC in. USC was waiting to get out. Texas was waiting to get out, and the SEC fans are what makes the SEC great. It's not Sankey. So I don't think commissioners do anything other than they're patsies. That's my opinion. It's the fan bases that drive the sport.
Well, I can see where you're coming from with that, but at the same time, nobody asked me if I wanted to expand, and nobody asked me if I wanted this TV deal. So that only goes so far. There's definitely a huge component that it's the commissioner. And overall, he did poorly. He handled the Rona horribly. Like that season was a disaster. And while the Big Ten is going to cash in on this new contract, regardless of what happens, the way that he negotiated or what he overpromised, I mean, he did a poor job with that. Don't get me wrong. Like, let's say the 40 million that's owed. Okay. Well, that's what?
Yeah,
like what is that? Like 2.8 million per university, which when you're making 67 million a year, whatever right now, that's not that much. And it's going to go even higher than that per university in the next few years. So that end of it, it's not as if the can't afford that, and it's not really going to affect them in the long term, but it's something that should have been ironed out that he didn't do, and he really should have, and it was his job to do.
Yeah, I think before he left, and now there's discussion of, is he going to get a bonus for his performance, including this? And I just think, you gotta leave and tie up these loose ends before you walk out. That's what I think. And so
you guys know the golden rule, don't you?
What's that?
It's easier to ask for forgiveness than permission.
Yeah.
Well,
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I guess, but I mean, I wouldn't. If I was that man, I would not expect my bonus. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think. I don't know. If it were me, I would have tried my best to make sure that, at least with the NBC negotiation, that you had the authority to actually do that, instead of just saying, "Okay, NBC, you can have it," and then Fox says, "Well, not so fast, my friend."
Yeah, or the idea of the prime time in November. Obviously, I don't know how many people would have been privy to that, because that has been in existence for a very long time in the Big Ten. It's not as if he's going to turn around and unilaterally offer that. So I guess that's the other end of it too. We don't know who else was involved in this. He's sort of the face of it. But even so, ultimately, the responsibility is going to rest on his shoulders.
So that is a great place, I think, for us to wrap for the night. We thank everybody for being on the panel. And so what we do now is we go around the horn and we give everybody a final thought. And if you'd like to, where people can find you on the internet, if you'd like to do that. We'll start with Larry.
Oh, this has been really great, and got a good cast here. And good luck to all your teams in the Big Ten, and I hope your guys' wealth continues.
Thanks, Larry. We appreciate you calling in, man. All right. Darrell, you're up next.
Well, it's good talking to everybody, even though I disagreed with some of the things that were stated here, but that's okay. That's
no surprise.
That's what makes the sport great. I would like to give condolences to UCLA's softball team. Number 2 overall in the country, went 0-2, lost to Grand Canyon and Liberty.
Wow.
So if anybody knows some big UCLA fans out there, give them condolences for their terrible performance and fight on to USC.
All right, Darrell. Argra.
Not a lot. I mean, if we're looking at the Big Ten, I still have it up in front of me. That because I brought it up earlier, the 24/7 poll. Again, way too early for that. But even so, if you can take anything out of it, it's certainly bright days ahead for the Big Ten, with this being a Big Ten show. You have 2 and 3, Michigan, Ohio State. 5 is Penn State. 6 is a future team, USC. 10 is a Washington, which may come. 11 is Oregon, which may come. So the conference is setting itself up the next couple of years very nicely, and that's going to translate into even bigger dollars. So, I mean, there's still a lot of money on the table to be had. We'll see what ends up happening with this.
There you go. Argra, we appreciate you being on the panel again, man.
Yep.
Thanks a lot. All right, let's go Alex next. Final thought for you.
Okay. So 4 changes aside on the Buckeyes, if that does happen in an imaginary world, it's happened already. I will say this openly for the first time, and they clear this openly. Not only will we be one of the best teams in a long time in recent history, we will absolutely, this is for you, John, we will absolutely clobber Michigan in Ann Arbor. Definitely going to happen. There you go. Going to happen. So I've declared it openly.
You got to make your fellow Buckeyes happy.
Absolutely. We are the best team in the land, and we are going to smack Michigan at home in Ann Arbor. Going to happen. All right, man. I'll see you next week, man. It's always awesome.
Thanks a lot, Alex. Okay. always fun. Jason, final thought for you.
Just what me and Darrell was touching up on earlier. It's okay to have opinions, your own opinions on these panels. That's what this is all about. Yeah. But from what I've seen, in my opinion, I just think that the gap is closing between the SEC and the Big. And proof of that is, even though both teams lost, is how close we were to an all Big Ten national championship last season. So we were within 7 points. So you can't look at those games and be like, oh, it's not even close between the Big and the SEC, because You just can't do that. It's clear that the gap is closing for sure. But I had fun tonight with the panel, John, with you guys. It's always fun talking to all you knuckleheads and everything. So you guys have a good night and go blue.
Appreciate it. Go blue, Jason. All right. Dependent Fanatics saying Michigan can claim consecutive Big Ten championships. Very true. Okay, a couple of super chats to get to. We want to thank everybody for giving a super chat tonight. We've got Nick. This is the fourth 999 super chat. And he says, "The real MVP is a Michigan hater. Just admit it, man. Michigan has the most complete team coming into the year. Arguing against that is just being a bona fide hater. Stop hating, bro." Okay, great. And I will spotlight DeReal if he wants to respond to that. Thank you, Dependent Fanatic. Go blue. We appreciate that. Couple of things to remind everybody about tomorrow night. We're going to be doing the Ohio State Clemson watch party. So stay tuned for more info on that tomorrow night. Mark is going to be going up against multiple Clemson fans, members of the media. So that should be exciting to go back to Clemson, Ohio State 2019 and some of the calls that were made in that game that Ohio State was not a fan of. So check that out. Don't forget to shop the merch store. There is truly something for everybody. In the most recent version of the merch store that I saw included a new item. So this is the Voice of College Football embroidered apron for just $29. Or you can pay in 4 interest-free installments. I sound like Billy Mays. But yeah, check it out. And look, there's even people with the apron on, so you can use it for all of your cooking needs. There you go. You got yourself T-shirts, mugs, hoodies, stickers, you name it, something for the whole family. Get yourself something at the Mark Rogers Voice of College Football merch store. Join our Discord and Patreon. Talk college football all the time. Go to patreon.com/MarkRogersTV. And when you're doing your shopping on Amazon, it takes literally 2 seconds to click Mark's Amazon link. I just got a popcorn maker. I've told people about that. I've gotten lots of other items using Mark's Amazon link, and Mark just gets a couple of bucks and helps out the channel and all of the things that we do. Throw in some OxyClean. Love it. Love it. Let's see here. And also, coming up next at 11 o'clock p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific, Mark Rogers, Matt Zemek are going to be talking about the USC Trojans. They're going to be talking about the next AD. They're going to be talking about TV deal chaos. And I am going to put the link directly here for every channel, because we're simulcasting this on multiple different channels. Join us at USC Trojans Live, 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific. And I just sent the direct link. So what everybody needs to do is once we're done here, go ahead and click that, and then just hang out for like 45 minutes. Okay? Go have a beverage, whatever. Go outdoors. I'm going to be walking my dog. And then what's going to happen is you'll have the link open, hit the like button. And of course, yes, Mark is coming back at 11. So what we do is I host these 2 hours so Mark can actually, have a little bit of a break, which, can help out. then he can come back and do the USC show. Thank you all for people who donated tonight. A lot of great donations, even the silly Michigan Ryan Day beard dye ones. I love that. That was great, Nick. So thank you all for donating. Thank you all for liking, hitting the like button, subscribing, telling a friend, telling a neighbor, whatever the case may be. For those of you who want to know who I am, and for anybody who's new and hasn't been watching, my name is John Diadamo. My Twitter is right here, @JohnDiadamo. I'm the host of Big Ten Live, and every Wednesday at 5 p.m. Eastern, I host Michigan Wolverines Live alongside the voice of college football, Mark Rogers, and special guests. You never know who might drop in. So that concludes our show. Up next, USC Trojans Live. Until next time, you know what I'm going to say. Go Blue.